Good morning, everyone. Can you all hear me?
We can, sure.
Yes, I can hear you.
Hello?
Okay, so sorry about that. I thought our facility, she was actually on the call, but I think she left. I don't know what happened. So I'm trying to get her back on the call. I'm so sorry about that. So sorry about that.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Good morning.
We can hear you. Sure.
Right. Okay. Um, it's good to be here. Good to um have you have me with you in this class. And my name is Oganeti Stanley, and here we'll be talking about branding today. And I hope that we're all excited towards the class today, because I believe that we would have a swell time today. So if you can hear me, just say hi, or you can type in the chat. You can hear me.
All right.
We can hear you. Sure. Hello. Good morning.
All right. Okay, so let me just share my screen.
Hi, everyone.
Hi.
Let me know when you can see my screen, please.
We can see it.
All right.
We can see it now.
Okay, so we'll begin for today's class. So we have a lot of things to do, and one of the things that I want us to do is to make it very, very interactive, and we're going to learn it together, and it's going to be very interactive. So I believe that we all um, would, have an amazing time here. Okay, so let me just run through the course outline that I'll be taking for today, or for the first half of the session. So I'll give a brief about me, then we'll look at introduction to branding, and then what branding is, the myths of branding, differences between the word brand and branding, types of branding, elements of branding, why brand, that's like the importance of branding, and then brand strategy, branding and marketing, personal branding as a business owner, and then finally how to brand yourself. And then we're also going to have practical sessions in between, where we would have task and you know question and answer session also. Okay, so let's go ahead with about me. So my name is Ogenete Stanley. I'm from Bayelsa State, and I'm a graduate of University of Port Harcourt. I studied educational psychology. I am also a graphic designer. Oh, wow. Can you hear me? Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Alade on me say he can't hear me, or she can hear me. All right. Okay, so this is me. Hi.
Okay,
So my name
hi.
is Ogenete Stanley, and as I was saying, I'm from Bayelsa State. I'm also a graduate of University of Port Harcourt. I studied educational psychology and guidance and counseling. So, but I'm also a graphic designer, and I've been designing for over say like 6 years now. Yeah, I've been designing for over 6 years. I started off as a graphic designer, but then as I went on and on, I went into branding and ideation. So I'm also a brand identity strategist, and I'm a comms associate for my company. I work at MDoc Healthcare in Lagos, but I'm a remote staff, so I live in Port Harcourt. My hobbies are reading, watching movies, singing. I drum. I'm a creative person, so I do a lot of creative things. Anything creative, as long as it's doable, I can do it. All right. So I think that's basically all there is to know about me. Not all though, but I think that's basically all I can say for now. So with no much further ado, let's dive into what we have today. But before we move on, I'd like to hear one or two opinions on what branding is. I'd like to hear one or two opinions on what do you think branding is, or before we move, before we go that way, what are your expectations for the class? I'd like to hear one or two expectations so that we know what to expect. I'm going to quote call. What are your expectations for this class? Anyone can speak, or you can also type in the chat. So I'm waiting for your responses. Hope you can still hear me.
Yes, we can't.
All right. So I'm waiting on you. Anete Odok says, build my brand, making it visible and unique. Wow, that's nice. Itilope says to learn about branding. Okay. You can also unmute, you can also speak. Esther says, my expectation is to get ideas in creating identity for my business. All right, that's nice. Felix says, branding is customers' view about product. All right, that's nice. Okay. You can just keep them coming in the chat as we move on with what we have. Okay, so Mustafa says, learn how to brand my business. Okay. Okay, so now we can move on to what branding is. So what is branding to you? What do you think branding is? Oh, nice. Wow. Victoria says, been struggling with promoting my brand. I expect to take my business to the next level. All right. Adam Usman says, we expect a good outcome and obtain a good idea on how to build our brand first to increase our brand awareness. All right. Hope you can still hear me. Okay, so you can now drop your ideas on what branding is. I know a few persons have dropped their ideas. So what do you think branding is to you? When you hear the word branding, what comes to your mind? What is the first word that comes to your mind? Identity. Okay. Identity, that's nice. Let's keep it coming in the chat. What visibility? Okay. Um, creating an identity for your business, promotion of products like company through adverts, unique symbol. Okay. All right, I see where everybody's head is at. Ninth, we're all in the same place. You know, this is all about branding too. Branding means symbol or design of products. Okay. All right. So, before I give any definition on what branding is, okay. Wow. I love the response, the reputation, what makes a product unique, giving your business identity, what stands a business out. Very well, very unique, very nice. All right, so before we before we proceed into any formal definition, I would like you to know that, it's your business is like it's like a human being. It has a personality. It has a personality, and so when we talk about branding, we're talking about, when you give birth to a child and your child is still very young, the child grows up. I did psychology in school, so we're going to be mixing that with branding so that you understand. Because over time, I noticed that I've helped people to develop their brand identities and strategize on plans on how to grow their brand. So I can say that I have an idea, or I have some insights into what it is. And so personally, I'm going to say that it is a form of personality. you know your business is not just, you need to look at it. And one of the things we are doing in this class is that we are reshaping our minds, and changing our mindset towards the way that we see our businesses. So um it's like a personality. When you give birth to a child, speaking from that line of thought, when you give birth to a child, the child grows, and then you give the child a name. You you notice that the child begins to develop, in psychology we call that nature or nurture, habit. Notice that the child begins to have some kind of habits. You notice that the child begins to talk, he can eat, he can work. There are different stages of growth in that child's life, and then every of that thing that happens is forming the characteristics. It's the characteristics of a child. Like, your personality is the summation of your characteristics, the way you talk, the way you speak, the way you walk, the way you sleep, the way you think, um the way you do everything and anything. That's what your personality is. It's like a summation of your life, you know. And so your business also has a personality, and that's where branding comes in helping you to understand the personality of your business. You know how to reach out to people, know the kind of target audience that you need to get, the kind of products to sell to certain kind of persons. You want to run ads, the locations that maybe you want to run Facebook ads, the target audience, the even the locations that you need to, because all these things are inside branding. And I hear that the tutor that taught yesterday talked about Facebook ads, and I'm sure that he would have mentioned some of these things, you know. All right, I love these comments I'm seeing here from Heritage. It says branding, powerfully shaping perceptions, capturing hearts through your business or personality. Very nice, very nice. To see your branding, your business as separate entity from you. That's right. Yes. So your business is a person. Your business has life. It has life. You give birth to it. You conceive it first. You conceptualize it, and then you now give birth to it. Then you nurture it, and it grows into different stages of, of life. You get, yeah. So that's basically what branding is about. It's about nurturing. It's about giving birth, about nurturing, and then, you know watching the child grow from birth stage to when it gets to 5 years, to when it gets to 10 years, and then taking notes of the records or the levels of growth, and then looking at the weaknesses and how to strengthen them, you know. So we can now move to, I hope I'm clear. I hope I'm clear. If you understand me, say hi in the chat, or just react to something.
Yeah, we are getting you.
All right. All right. Okay, so what is branding? So branding is the process of creating a unique and identifiable identity for a product, service, company, or individual. Branding is a process of creating a unique and identifiable identity for your product, service, company, or individual. It involves defining and communicating the distinctive qualities, values, and attributes that set a brand apart from competitors. Just like what we established, like the foundation I was trying to establish before we began, that it's a personality. So it's the process. Branding is a process. So it's not a one-time thing. It's something that you do over time. Over time. When a child is like 1 to 2 years, you notice that the mother is always assisting the child, doing one or two things, helping the child to do some kind of things. But you get to a point in your life when you now decide that you do things for yourself, you grow. So branding is that process of growth. It's like the life cycle of growth for a business. It's part of it. It's the ideation, the conceptualization, and we'll look at the myths so that you see that after now we're looking at the myths so that you see that branding is a whole wider umbrella than maybe what you have been seeing it as. There have been a lot of definitions of our branding. Some people think that branding is just about having a logo or having a name. Some people also think that branding is about packaging. Yes, as much as branding is about those things, branding is not just about them. Those things are just like parts of branding is like an umbrella, it's like a roof or a a a foundation. Let's put it like that. Is a foundation that your building stands on. And so if you don't get the process right, building on that, is going to be quite, you may have some cracks when you build to a certain point. Like the Bible says that if the, just pardon me, if the foundation is faulty, so you have to build a very strong foundation for your branding to be very, very unique. And yes, there is no law that says that you cannot rebrand in the future. You can still have the same name, the same. If we look at some case studies, look at Coca-Cola, you notice that Coca-Cola has been, I took time to study Coca-Cola and I discovered that there have been one company that over time they have, they have rebranded, they have changed their looks, they have changed a lot of things, but their personality, they were still able to maintain their personality. They have changed their packaging, they have changed a lot of things, they have changed, now bottle Coke, I don't even know if bottle Coke still exists, but you see canned Coke, you see zero Coke, you see this and that, different branches of that particular beverage or that company. But you will notice that the personality of that company is still standing. Is because they understood what it took or what it takes to brand, and they yeah, it still exists. They still exist. It's still there. It's still strong. Even if they have changed their looks, they have changed the way they are, they have changed how they have upgraded as technology is going, AI and the whole world is coming. Every brand is is now fitting into, okay, let me use one example. There's this chewing gum that we used to chew one time. There's this chewing gum that we used to chew back then when we were young, banana chewing gum. I don't know if anybody can knows that chewing gum around. Anybody here know? It's very long and it has
Yeah,
paper
yeah,
hair. Yeah.
yes,
Do you
man.
know that banana chewing
Is
gum
right
is
tree.
banana chewing gum is still the way banana chewing gum is still today, and it's very strong, to show you that banana chewing gum has not improved over the years. Over how many years? Over 20 years now or more. Banana chewing gum still remains banana chewing gum, as in no improvement, no change, nothing. I can't see fresh. I can't see um what's that chewing gum's name now? Fresh what now? um it's been long, so they still sell it around my area. I decided to buy it. I couldn't chew it for more than 10 minutes. I threw it away because it was too strong. Center fresh, thank you. I can't see center fresh and come and choose banana chewing gum for what? You get, because one of the things that happened to them is that they didn't follow the trend. See, so your brand is not just about people like me, people like me. Your brand is not just about it's not common in the market anymore because they didn't follow civilization, they didn't follow the trend, they didn't follow anything. They were just there like banana chewing gum. No brand, no brand or nothing. You remember when cabin biscuits, they used to do one Yale cabin biscuit, those kind of adverts, you know. So on one old man would just carry the biscuit and put in his mouth. That time we used to enjoy. Who does not eat cabin biscuit that time because of that advert? But now cabin biscuit is they are, although they are trying to rebrand. I've seen a new cabin biscuit that looks like it's now 15 naira size. It looks like what is happening now around. So I bought it because it looks nice. But that banana chewing gum example, I hope it has given you an idea of what I mean. Yeah, they couldn't innovate continuously. So you see, your brand is a personality. And one of the things about life is that life is about learning, unlearning, and relearning. Life is about learning, unlearning, and relearning. So if you don't follow the trends, if you don't follow these three processes, you could just be there and not there. You just be there and then if it's raining, you have the rainy season. Everybody has umbrella. Then when it stops raining, you can still use your umbrella under the sun when it's still sunny. So you see, it's about it's not just about creating a product, it's about creating something that creating a a personality that lasts, that is long lasting, and that can be innovative, that can change from time to time, that is open to change, you know, having not loopholes now, but having ends that are flexible, having ends that are flexible. So branding is a process of creating a unique and identifiable identity for a product, a service, a company, or even an individual, you know, and it involves defining and communicating distinctive qualities, values, and attributes that sets a brand apart from its competitors. So, branding is the process of getting people to know who you are, how you reach your goals, creating your name, writing your brand message. It is all the effort you put into building lasting values to satisfy your customers. All the efforts. And I want us to stay on the word value. You know, that word is what the word branding is anchored on. Value. You must give value as a brand. You know, you must give value as a brand. That word value is something that cannot be overemphasized. Branding is all about delivering or giving value to your customers and even yourself as a brand. You must see your value, you must see your worth. I had a client, or I still have. Yes, exactly. What value are you providing to your customers, and what do you have that your customers need? Exactly. Looking at this now, it's about giving value. See, branding is about giving. It's more of giving than receiving. You have to give first, because you see, the marketplace is a very emotional place. I did copywriting earlier this year. I took a course on copywriting and I understood what it meant. I understood the marketplace very much more, because I saw that it was about giving and giving and giving and giving. Until you keep giving and giving and giving and giving consistently, then people now get to trust you, because you see, it's about building personality. Like we say, look at the word trust, look at the word value, look at the word um durable, look at the word what are those words now, look at those attributes. They are all things that we can find in the word personality. And so that's what branding covers. Branding is a personality. Your brand is a personality, you need to know. And yes, value is very important. The first thing or the first drive about branding, or the first drive about you as a business, or about you as a business owner, or about your brand is, what value am I giving out? What is my value? How, you know? So I wanted to say, in my line of thought, I wanted to say that I have this client that I'm helping to build his brand. And one of the challenges that I have with him is that, first off, he doesn't think that he's good enough to be out there on the marketplace. So you see, that's like the first wahala. That's like the first challenge. He's a shoemaker. He makes shoes for boys and for girls. And that's a fashion brand and a luxury brand. So when I began to speak with him, I asked him, I did some post on, he saw some of my posts on branding on my Instagram. So he reached out to me and was like that he wants to brand and do some kind of thing. So I began talking with him and I asked him a question. I said, what value, or what stands you out? What do you think stands you out from your competitors? Because there are a lot of luxury brands out there. So I told him to go and look at luxury brands. I don't tell him to look at, I told him, go and look at Gucci, look at Louis Vuitton, go and look at those luxury brands. Just research and just look at them. Look at them and see, those people, those guys didn't start from somewhere. They didn't start from being big. Every brand has a beginning. Every brand has a beginning. So I was saying that the first challenge with him was that he had issues with his esteem or his confidence. He felt like he has not learned enough to be out there in the marketplace. So I told him that that there are people that you are better than, that are already out there on the marketplace. If you see what people are doing outside, or let's use graphic design as a point of emphasis now. As a designer, as a graphic designer now, I come out to Instagram or Facebook and I see people that, man, if we put me and them in the same place, not that we are comparing, but we know that we are not in the same class when it comes. But when you look at how they are putting their work out, when you look at how the confidence that they have and they believe in themselves, that's where personality also comes in again. Believing in yourself. They look at you see how they put out their work, they are consistent in doing it. And you that say that you are better than them, you are thinking, is my work good enough? Am I producing is there any value to this thing that I'm doing? You get. So that was the challenge that he had. I told him, first off, you need to settle within yourself that you are good enough. You have learned enough to start giving out. You have taken time to learn. I told him, send me some of your jobs. And I even ordered one from him. They were nice, they were clean, they were good. But the challenge was that he didn't know there was no distinction between what separates him from his competitors and him. He has not been able to put a mark between his competitors and himself. And so he won't be able to give value, because your value is something that you see. You look at it very well. You look at it, you see one tiny loophole. Okay, that's okay. This person is doing using fashion brands now, for example. This person is doing this. If I do this, then I package. Okay, how am I going to do this? How am I going to do this? What is this person not doing that I can add? What is this person not doing that can add? What is the extra thing that I can give? It's about going extra miles. You get. So it's all the effort you put, all the effort in building lasting value to satisfy your customer. Because whether you like it or not, they say customer is always right, and whether you like it or not. So branding is all the effort towards that you put to making your business give out consistent value. It's about value, giving value. We need to understand it first, that it's about giving value to your target audience, to your customer, to your line, your circle of influence. It's to give out that value until you are able to give out that value. You see, you are giving it consistently. Somebody was sharing an experience with me. We went out for jogging this morning, and somebody was sharing an experience with me, and I was just thinking out loud. So he went to a shop to get timber for his house. He's doing some work in his house, and the place he went to, they had many places, but he decided to go to that one. And then something happened. He helped the sales girl there to raise their, I don't know, I think their protector up, and then the protector somehow stuck. And then when the boss came, he started shouting on him that he did it on purpose. You get? So there was no customer attention or something. But the guy now said he was just, he told me, he said that he was patient with the guy because he was the one that he spoiled it either ways. So he just stayed there to buy something. But that was the last day he was going there to buy something. Now, he has already transferred the same knowledge to me. So me, if I'm going to buy something there, my mind is already telling me that this guy spoke to my friend somehow. So I will not go to this shop because he pointed the shop to me. This guy I already have an idea of how they will treat me in that shop. So I will not even near there. So you see, it's already, if he tells that story to another person tells that story to another person, you see that people already have a perception of that particular brand. So that's what it is about. Branding is also people's perception of you, how they see you, but it is more about you, your efforts, everything you put into building your brand. All right. So I think I'm going to hold on for now to get feedbacks. I don't know if you're understanding me. Let's get feedback. Talk back to me, guys. Talk back to me. Let's know if we're on the same page. Okay. Let's get feedbacks. All right. All right. All right. So we're just, what we have been doing so far, we're just been all right. Welcome. If you're just joining, welcome. This class is about branding. Yeah, we emphasized on the place on value in branding. Yes. All right. Oh wow, nice. Thank you for your feedback. Yes. Okay. Okay. All right. So so everything we have been saying over since we started, if you're just joining, we are talking about branding. Yeah, and we are talking about building values, So everything we have been talking about is just establishing what the concept of branding is. So branding is a concept. Yes, self-confidence, very important. Self-confidence, anything you do, see, setting out to start up your business, when I first ran my first Facebook ad, when I ran my first Facebook ad, let me just share this experience. It was before I'm a freelancer, but I also have a job, so I'm doing both. So as a freelancer, earlier this year, I ran an ad on Facebook. When we are talking about giving value, now I looked at what I had, and then now to draw in my customer or my networking, I looked at my target, I looked at what I did, and so I got a target audience in mind, and it was small business owners. So I ran an ad on Facebook and Instagram. You know what I tagged my ad? I called it 1K flyer design. So it was strictly on social media. And then I had done copywriting. So I added copywriting to my, to my ad. I created a very good offer, 1K flyer design. Now, because I knew that my brand would deliver. So I promised them a lot of things that I delivered on. I did everything to deliver lasting value. So I did 1K flyer design on Facebook and Instagram. Then, because my target audience were low budget, it was just 1K. I started getting in. I got in so much orders. I had to now start engaging other people too, because one person will ask for 10 designs. One person will ask, so it got to a point, and I said, if you order more than 2 designs, it's no longer 1K. Now, it was a promo that I ran for 1 week. After 1 week, I told them my designs are no longer 1K. That was a promo that I ran. So now they now saw value in what they had seen. Had used my idea, looked at it. I went into the marketplace and I got, I got what I wanted. And then I now told them that my designs are no longer 1K. My designs are so amount. So the ones that knew what having good design does to their brand kept coming back. And so I was able to build some kind of customer base from that. Not all of them stayed, but the ones that understood what, I delivered value. I delivered value to them. So the ones that understood what it meant, and the one that saw how those designs converted, they saw the change. There was one guy in, I think it was Kogi State, that he owned a bookshop, and so his designs were whack. I didn't remember. If I had remembered this story, I would have maybe shared some of those designs that I did before and after. So he kept coming back. So now I want to run another ad. And then you know what I'm going to do now? I'm going to use, my idea now is now to use the before and after of what I did, what they sent to me, then what I redesigned for them, and then do another promo or another ad, so that I'm no longer looking at um, my target audience now is no longer small businesses, maybe medium class or something. You get so it's about value. It's about value, and value. If you forget anything in this class, remember, always remember that one, branding is every effort you put into building lasting value to satisfy your customers. That's, in fact, that's like your fuel. That's what should power you. That's what should motivate you as a business owner, as a personal brand, an individual brand, a company, a service, anything, anything can be packaged, anything can be branded, anything. It's just to have the idea and then know how to deliver it. So all of that process is called branding. Everything you do, from giving your business a name, from giving your business a title, from putting your mission statement, your vision statement, creating your brand story, everything that you do as a business, that's what branding entails. So if there's any question or any comments, you can leave them in the chat so we know that we are together in this. I hope we're following. So you can talk back to me, guys. So we know that we're on sync. All right.
We are following now.
All right. That's nice.
It's been very nice, Mom. You can continue. Thank you very much.
All right. Okay, so we can proceed to the next slide. But do we understand? Because
Yes, it's clear, ma'am.
All right. I hope it's very clear, because it's everything we are going to be discussing is branding. It's the process of it. So branding is not a one-time thing. Branding is not a one-time thing. It's something that is continuous. It happens here and there, here and there. Now, if you look at the evolution, or if you look at the evolution of the way things have been happening over time, you notice that now there is AI, machine learning is now common. AI and machine learning is now common. So now, if you look at some brands, you see ChatGPT or Grammarly, content writing. Content writers now sat down, they are creating. Look at Canva for graphic designers. Even if I don't like Canva, I hate Canva. Sorry to say, because Canva makes you lazy as a graphic designer. It provides you with content, but it makes your work easier. In my office, I use Canva, but I just love it because it makes my job easier. You know, it takes me 30 minutes, I'm done, I'm out. But it's also a good innovation. It's also a good for minimizing your businesses. As a business owner, you need to create good content, you need to create good things. You can use Canva. You can use Canva for your brand. You get, so it's the whole umbrella, it's the whole thing. I'm trying to emphasize it and let it sink inside, your heart, so that we'll know, so that we'll have the idea, we'll know what it's about. If there's any question, you can leave it in the chat. So I want us to, be on the same page, so it won't look like I'm talking over your heads again. So if you have any questions, you can just type it in the chat, or you can unmute yourself and speak. Is there any question so far? You need to understand something that I said, or a point that I made. You can go ahead and
None
ask your
from my end
questions.
for now.
All right. It's good to know that we are all following the class. I'm glad that you're enjoying the session so far. You're always working on your brand. A brand is built over time, takes time. Yes. Yes, well understood. Okay, so we can move to the next slide. Now, myths of branding. Myths of branding. I'm enjoying the session, following. Oh, nice. Thank you so much. We've been seeing what's been going on Twitter over the past. Are they still maintaining their brand name? Heritage says, we've been seeing what's going on Twitter over the past few months. Are they still maintaining their brand name? Well, to answer to that, I would say, well, they are still using it to, people are still using it to tweet. Basically, the purpose of Twitter is to tweet. So yes, to an extent, they are still maintaining, even if, what changed is, that Twitter was bought over. Twitter, the original person that created or that had the idea of Twitter is no longer the person that is in charge. So it's almost like what it was used for before, what it was meant for before, has now changed. So if you look at Twitter with the eye you used to look at it before, there's a change of leadership, there's a change of government, there's a change of, everything has changed. There's a change of partnership. So we cannot really measure the fact that we can't measure or say that Twitter is not maintaining their brand name, because it's a new brand. It's a whole new brand. Elon Musk is a new person. He's a brand on his own. Do you get? So that's his thingy now. His umbrella. That's his life there. So using Twitter in this situation is quite let's say is skeptical, because there was a change of we can use Facebook. Now let's look at Facebook. Look at how Mark Zuckerberg, when Facebook started, there were no, look at the metaverse now. See how Facebook has there has been an evolution of Facebook. Facebook bought WhatsApp. Mark bought WhatsApp. He bought Instagram, and then he has been able to, how will I say, interrelate all these things together. So all these things are one brand, and then he now made Metaverse. Look at how all these things are working. It's his brand. It's Oga Mark is the one speaking. You get, if you look at it, you see that they are all the same thing. And now look at Threads that just came out. See Threads now. It's like tweeting. I asked somebody, I said, what is this thread about? They say it's like Twitter. So you see, if you don't take time, Threads is going to take the place of tweeting very soon. People are going to leave Twitter and come to Thread, because Twitter is very savage. I don't go there over time, because my mental health is very important to me. So if it's not work stuff, I don't really tweet. So I would really love us to, as we go on in this session, let's look at practical. Let's also bring practical life events. We'll talk about them, and go on as planned. All right, so let's move on to the next slide, which is myths of branding. Myths of branding. So there have been several misconceptions about the question, what is branding? And these misconceptions have led to wrong definitions of what the word branding is. And see this slide that's on the left, we're going to look at some of those myths of branding. All right. Okay, Heritage, I hope I did justice to your question. Sorry, I forgot to ask for feedback.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
All right. Okay, so let's proceed. All right, so there have been so many things about branding, just like when we talked about what your idea is about branding. There was a point in my life when I thought that branding is designing a logo. I thought that to brand means to design your logo. Just come. There are different kinds of clients. As a graphic designer, we see. Sorry, if you're not speaking, can you mute your mic so that we can hear? This I'm a bit distracted by the sound I'm hearing. I don't know if you can mute everybody's mics.
Please do is that. Kindly mute your mic.
Just mute your mic. All right, thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, so let's proceed. I was saying that as a graphic designer, we used to see things, we used to see shaggy, because there are people that don't know what it's about. They just come and tell you, design a logo for me. And then when you give them questionnaire to fill, they are telling you, you don't have any idea. They are suffering us as graphic designer. We are suffering. Because it's not just about, for even to create your own logo, to create a logo for you, you need to have basic ideas. Oh, okay. You can't see my screen anymore. Still sharing. Let me know if it's back on. Can you see my screen?
Yes, ma.
Oh, okay. All right. So as I was saying that as graphic designers, we see shege sometimes, because somebody comes to meet you and say, please design a logo for me. And you ask them, you give them branding questionnaire and you tell them to fill. Some people don't even know what they want as clients. They don't know what they want. And then when you tell them to pay money, they are shouting. They will stress your life. So you see, there are some misconceptions about branding that over the time people have thought. And as a business owner, you need to know. You need to know so that when it comes, you can be actively involved in the process of developing your brand identity, because that's one part of it. Your brand identity is one part of your brand. So it's good for you to be actively involved or actively involved in all the processes of creating your identity, because it's going to help you to a long way. When you need to pitch, or say, because see, there are opportunities in the future. There are opportunities that you'll come across, and those opportunities, you need to pitch what your business is about. You need to create pitch decks. You need to pitch on one or two things. If you don't understand your brand, if you don't know your brand, you need to know it, like your mission, your vision, all those things. You need to know that it's not just about your logo, it's not just about packaging, it's not just about creating. You can have a brand without having those things. Yes. Those things are important, yes. But on the long run, I told that my client that is in the fashion brand, I told him that first off, I need you to start creating your brand personality before we talk about creating an identity for you. Because it's not just about creating an identity. You can have the identity and nobody knows it. You can have a name and don't know your name. Your brand can be deaf and dumb. Do you understand? Your brand can be deaf and dumb, but you have an identity, you have a name, you have a logo, you have a brand story, you have a this. But then it might be dormant, it might be active. Now, because if you don't understand this whole process, you can just jump in. Some people's idea of what business is, I just have a business idea and I'm running. I'm like, the first thing to do is let me go and create logo. No. Let me go and do this. Let me go and package my this thing, graphic design, and no. Those are not the first steps. Those are not the first steps. All right. So one of the myths of branding is that brand is logo designing. Okay, the slides look so small on the screen. Let me see if I can zoom in. All right. Is it better now? I think it's better now. Okay. All right. So branding is logo designing. So one of the myths of branding is that branding is logo designing. And no, while your brand tells that you have a logo, your brand is not about your logo. I'll say that again. While branding is about creating a logo for yourself, having a logo, your brand is not about your logo. In fact, let me shock you. Your logo is a tiny piece of your brand identity. It's just a way of recognition, nothing more. Your logo is just a tiny piece. It's just a tiny piece of your brand identity. Your logo is not your brand. Your logo is not your brand. Your logo is not what your brand stands for. Your logo is just a tiny piece, a very, very tiny little piece of what your brand is about. So branding is not about designing logo first. You get a business idea and the first thing is, what is the name? What is the this? No. Your logo is just a tiny piece of your brand. Branding is, people say branding is packaging. There are so many ideas that say branding is packaging. Yes. While branding is about packaging, branding is not about packaging. Packaging is just a part of branding. It's
Aku garanto. Aku garanto. Aku garanto.
Please, can you mute your mic? All right, so we don't get distracted from line of thoughts. Okay. Okay, so these are myths of branding that we are in. And one of those myths is that branding is logo designing, which we have established that branding is not logo designing. Branding is not about logo designing. Relax. Okay, sorry, ma, I'm getting confused. Is brand the same as brand? Is branding the same as brand? Well, we'll get there. We'll get there. But isn't branding a representation of company? All right, we'll get there. Just relax. Relax. All right. We will get to, after this slide, I think next is the difference between branding and brand. You get, so that we don't get confused in interchanging the two words for each other. All right. So I'm getting, okay. All right. All right. No, just relax, relax. We'll get there. We'll get there. We'll get there. Now we're looking at the myths of branding. And the myths of branding, myths are just simply like myths, like wrong information, what branding is not. We have looked at what branding is. Now we are looking at what branding is not. So that's what I mean by myths of branding. Myths of branding. Okay, so we have looked at what branding is. That means what branding is not. So branding is not logo designing. Branding is not packaging. Branding is not a product. Branding is also not advertising. Even if you do those things as a brand, but branding is not about them. As a brand, you would advertise your business, you would package your business, you would design your logo, you would do a lot of things as a brand. But your branding is not about your packaging, your advertising, your branding is also not about your business name. Don't worry. Just relax. I know some of us are getting confused now, but just relax. Would before you would trash all these myths. That's why we are looking at myths of branding. What branding is not. What branding is not. Remember, we established that branding is all the effort that you put into building lasting value to satisfy your customers. So that is what branding is. We have not looked at what brand is yet. So do you understand to this point? Branding is all the efforts you put together in building lasting value for your customers, your clients, delivering value. Branding is about delivery. Branding is about delivery. Then when we now start talking about logo designing, building your brand, that's where the word brand comes in. When it comes building, so branding is about laying the foundation. Then brand is the building that is on the foundation. I don't know if you understand to this point. Even if we have like deviated, yes. So branding is like the foundation, laying the foundation for your business. Laying on your mark, get set. That process of on your mark, get set, and go. That's branding. Then on the go is what your brand is about. So I'm trying to relate it with activities so that you would have a bigger picture of what the term is, of what these terms is, because they are concepts. Branding is a concept, it's like an idea. Branding is not a tangible thing. When we come to materializing what branding is, that's when your brand, your brand, what's the word now? Your brand, I'm looking for the word. Should I say evo? Oh God, English. I'm looking for a word to try to explain what I'm saying. Okay, your brand. Yes, your branding, your brand emerges from your branding. Not to please ourselves. We'll get to that point. What are the main key points to note when branding? We'll get to that point. For now, we are establishing the facts. We have looked at two things so far. What branding is, first off, and we said that branding is the process of conceptualizing, creating personalities, attributes for your brand. And what we were able to establish as a definition for the word branding is that it is all the effort that you put into building lasting value to satisfy your customers. So branding is about your customers. Branding is about your market. Branding is about out there, the effort that you put. The effort that you put. I think Flourish says, please, I can't hear. Is it from my end alone? Maybe I think you should try logging out and logging in again. I don't know if every other person can hear me.
Loud and clear.
All right, all right. So Flourish, I think maybe if you can hear me, you can log out and log in again. Okay, so what line of thought was I in now? Okay, I was saying that your branding is about your marketplace out there. Your brand, guys, I don't want us to be faster than our shadows. We have a lot of things to cover, so let's just relax. We would have time to discuss about this thing. Just relax. For now, I just want us to develop the fact, or develop the concept, destroy the mindset that we used to have about branding, and then take on this new mindset so that we can now build. So we have not even started the class. We are just building. What we are doing is we have not started. We have not started talking about what we have. Okay, let me not say we have not started. We have started, but we are scratching the tip. We are scratching the tip. It's just the tip of the iceberg. So we are going to dive in so much more. So we are going to have a wider picture of what this is. Okay, so we have looked at what branding is. Let me reiterate that. We have looked at what branding is, and we said that branding is a lot of things. And what I want us to go home with from this class about what branding is that branding is, yes, this is the background. Thank you, Beauty. That branding is all the effort that you put in building lasting value. Don't forget, it's not just about value, but a value that is lasting, that is durable, that will also satisfy. Look at the adjectives that will also satisfy your customers over time, making sure that you are satisfying your customers' needs, your customers' want, your customer every point in time. Anytime they call on you, you answer. You have what they need, what they want at the right time. You have what they need and what they want at the right time. Guys, please, can you just give me a few minutes? Let me just connect my system to power source so that it doesn't go off. Just give me a moment. I'll be back. All right. Okay, so it is. I want to hear somebody say the definition of branding that we have been. I want to know that you have gotten to this point. What the definition or the anchor of what our definition is. Branding has so many definitions. So you can type in the chat what we have been saying about branding. What we have been saying about branding. About the term or the concept. You can type in the chat. You can also unmute your mic and speak. Right? Okay. Olajumoke, you have your hand up. You can speak.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. So from what I've learned so far, branding is the image you portray for your organization, or branding depicts the image of who you are what you are, what you offer, and how you offer what you offer.
Very good. Very good. Very good. Very good. Yes. Yes. Branding is about everything. Everything about your business, your customer service, the way you respond to customers, the way you talk to customers, the way you act. You know, branding is the lifeblood of your business. It's a process. You get. Okay, so let me read some comments. Branding is all the effort in giving value to your audience. Yes, thank you, Sarah. Bolaji says branding is all about creating a long-lasting impression of your product in mind of your customers. Yes, branding is about the effort one is putting into building lasting value and how to satisfy your customers. Very well, very well. Gem branding encompasses all efforts you put to make your business stand out. How to satisfy your customers by giving lasting. Very good. Branding speaks of your personality. Very good. Wow, guys, it's good to know that we are all following the class. All the effort I make. Wow, I really like this. I really like this. Now, see, Ade Subomi, yeah, I got it. Ade Subomi now personalizes it, and I like it. All the effort I make, you see, he's already putting yourself in it. All the effort I make, e.g., innovation, logo, creation, color change, quality of my work, scaling, customer satisfaction, in order to stand out, become a brand. Very good. All the effort I make, all the effort you make, say it like all the effort I make. It is your thing. All the effort I do, my sleepless nights, my reading, my watching tutorial videos, my upgrading my courses, my this, my see, that's what your branding is about. Your progression in 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 scaling, you know, that's what it's about. Quite all right. All right. So let's proceed. Let's proceed. So we are looking at the myths of branding, and I said that the myths are just simply what people think that branding is not. What people think that branding is, that branding is not. That's just what myths are. It's just to all the effort I make, you know. Okay, I read this. Okay. What people think that branding is, that branding is not. That's what myths of branding is. And so branding is, people say that branding is logo designing, which we have said that branding is not logo designing, or not just logo designing. We have also said that branding is not, people say branding is packaging. It's not just about packaging. People say branding is a product. Ha, branding is not a product. Oh, people say branding is advertising. See, while all these things are part of the things you do in the process or in the long run, they are not what your branding is about. Even let's look at the adjective in the word branding, or the what is it called now? The ing in it. It's a continuous thing. That's branding. That's continuous. It's a process. Branding. Ing says that it is a present continuous tense or something like that. Branding is what stands you out from the crowd. Yes. All right, so I think we can go to the next slide. So here I come again to just reiterate the fact that branding is your effort to build lasting value by satisfying customers. It is all about giving your best to your market, providing them with the value they want, and giving them what they need. Let me read that again. It's all about giving your best to your market, providing them with the value they want, then giving them what they need. It's the process of creating your message, your visual identity, your name. It is every step you take to build your purpose in the marketplace, to build and produce lasting value. So branding is about your purpose as a business. In a nutshell, what is your purpose as a business? Why do you do what you do? Why will you continue doing it even if it's not working, even if it looks like it's not working? Why? Why do you believe in what you're doing? So you looking at your marketplace, what do they want? Then you look at what they want and then give them what they need. So Heritage says branding is creating a whole and holistic, good and long-lasting impression in the mind of the customer. After all, if you don't impress the customer, who would you impress? Thank you. If you don't impress the customer, who will you impress? Is it? Wow, that's nice. You have to impress the customer. You put extra effort into everything that you do. Every little effort counts. Every little effort counts. Everything, every little detail, you know, everything counts. Everything, everything. So branding is your effort to build lasting value by satisfying customers. It's all about giving your best to your market, providing them with the value they want and giving them what they need. It is the process of creating your message, your visual identity, your name. It is every step you take to build your purpose in the marketplace and produce lasting value. In all we do in this class today, always remember that it is about value. It's about satisfying your customer. It is about what they want. It's about what they need. It's about giving. You get? So first off, you are in the marketplace because you have something that you want to give out, right? Right? You are in the marketplace, right? Because you have something that you feel like you know that I have something that you need. So then I now ask you, why do you think I need this? Then all the story you tell me about getting that, that's what your branding is about. All right. So to this point, I believe that I'm sure if you're still having issues with with the concept, just talk back to me. Let's know if we're on the same page and if we can proceed. Is anyone still having any? If you're still having issues with the concept, can just talk back to me in the chat. All right, so I want to give us a few time to process all that we have. I hope you will give us the slides as a resource after your class so we can go back to digest. Thank you. Sure thing, I can do that. I can do that. I'll just share with the admin and they can get it across to everyone. Sure thing, it's not a challenge. All right, so I want to give us like, let's say 3 minutes to digest everything. Just breathe in, breathe, according to, let the students breathe. Let us breathe. We're all learning. Yeah, and I'm having fun too. All right, so just process everything that you've heard so far. Just go ahead and process them. If you have any question, you can also type in the chat. Okay. Oluwaseyi, your hand is up. You have something to say, a question, or you can speak.
Thank you, ma'am. I really a question. When you are explaining branding, explaining talking about personality and all the rest and stuff, okay, you take a sample of this banana chewing gum manufacturer, something like that. So you were trying to see, comparing it to me, an example like they do change, like they do change their branding or they do change their product, they do something like that. So by
Okay, you
me
want to
looking at the definition, yes.
yeah.
Can we
Okay,
say
you want to
that
understand what really happened with banana chewing gum?
no, really, because I
Okay.
actually like banana chewing gum because when you eat it compared to center fresh things like that.
Okay.
So in those times, you eat those things. But sometimes if you comparing to this definition now, you being lasting value, like you are not changing
Okay.
your brand, you
Yeah.
are
Yeah.
maintaining the quality the way it is.
Yes. So
So
see, the
then,
truth is, yeah.
uh,
Okay. Go ahead. Go ahead.
so they maintaining that product, not changing the way it is for people like you now, for example, now you have known this banana chewing for a long time. Maybe a
Yeah.
children that is coming, new generation that is coming, got to know it. So
Yeah.
can we say those people maintain their brand, not trying to no, they were looking for the competition in the in the world system, but at least they still maintain that I don't know how to put it now.
I
And
get.
not like
Okay.
maybe they
You
didn't
if they maintain
maybe
their look, maintain their identity,
yes,
maintain.
and then
Yes.
so they might not improve on the I can't say even the quality because we know it the way it is before.
Yeah.
So can we say even the Coca-Cola product now today now I can
Yeah.
say to me in the area of let me just say maintenance and not rest. I can't put Coca-Cola, though they maintain their product, but I think most of their products they are not that clean to that extent. But yes, it is produced and people still like it. But then I don't know. I just wanted to clarify it by this definition. Can we say
All
the
right.
that they are not
Now.
improving or but they try to
Yes.
maintain their
Yeah.
standard?
Yes. Yes. For banana chewing gum that I use as an example now, on personal basis, when I used to chew when I used to chew that gum a while back, like when I was 10 years, 11 years, even one bubble gum, that one self has gone extinct. It's no longer existing. Banana chewing gum used to be very soft, and that's why we liked it. It was soft, and we loved the pack. It was beautiful. It was very soft to chew. You can chew that chewing gum a whole day. Your teeth will not pain you.
Yes,
But
yes, yes.
when I bought it recently, that gum was like stone. It was,
It used to be soft and
yeah,
stretching.
it
Of
used to be
recent, it's
soft
no
and
longer stretchy.
yes, it's no longer stretchy. It's like stone now. You can't chew it. It does. There's
Maybe the
no value. There's
pirated
no
one
worth.
though.
Do you understand? It's
Maybe the
no. It's
pirated
of
one.
no use to me because the purpose of buying it doesn't fulfill it for me. Me buying that chewing gum is a waste of my money because they are not giving me anything, no value. My teeth will pay me after I finish chewing it. So why will I buy it? Do you get? So banana chewing gum, they didn't maintain one. They didn't maintain their value. They didn't maintain they could have still been having the same look, having the same even the same identity, the same logo, the same packaging. It could still be the same over time. It could still be the same, but the quality of their products dropped. One,
All right.
then other competitors entered inside the market. So the point where other competitors started coming, other chewing gum, other factories started making their own gum and saying chew out or chew for happiness, or if you are sad, chew it. See the psychology of these things. You see, which chewing gum is going to even make you happy? But somehow they are entering inside your head, telling you chew this thing. So it's not even because most of the time the reason why we bought cabin biscuit those days is not because cabin is sweet. Cabin is not sweet. There's no sugar in it. But it was because of the advert. We saw the advert and we wanted to feel among. So we bought cabin biscuit then. Then we'll now be doing the advert. That kind of that's your brand creating some kind of concept in my mind that you are the God, you are the only one. Do you understand? You have given me some kind of value. You have made me feel, I feel among. I feel, I feel, I feel like I trust you. Like when we talked about building personality, you have built a conception or an idea in the mind of your customers that they feel safe around you. Somebody now tells you that buy my blanket, mosquito will not bite you in the night. Buy my blanket, it has extra something for cold. When you are cold, music will be playing inside. You get? So somebody now buys it because they feel somebody. Are we sure it's the same company that made the former banana gum? I
That's
doubt.
what I want to say. That's
I
what I
doubt.
want to actually.
Maybe.
Nigeria producers and all these things, fake products
Yeah.
all around. Actually,
Yeah.
yes, that's really I'm actually coming in, and then another one is increasing all these our products, increasing in all this inflation everywhere. It
Yeah.
actually affects standard actually. For example, we are buying chewing of that banana chewing gum, maybe 10, let me just say 5 kobo, let's say 10 naira, I mean, one naira then. But because of inflation affects everything now, it will reduce the quality. Even not
You
even
see,
talking about the
yeah, that's also what your branding is about. That no matter what, it's all your efforts in building lasting value. Whether there is inflation or there's no inflation, I know that this particular biscuit will still taste the same. You can increase your price to an extent, or you can, you can. But the thing is, in the we said it's about giving, it's about delivery. When I buy it, even if I decide to buy it, there's a way that you will maintain. It's maintaining your value, maintaining your quality, maintaining what makes you you. No matter what, going the extra mile, even if it means increasing the cost of your product. But if I still buy it at this amount, will it still give me what I want? See, people are still buying fuel. Even if fuel increase to 1K, people will still buy it. Do you know why? Because fuel is very important. Fuel is one of, in fact, in Nigeria, fuel is a basic amenity. Let's say basic amenities we say water, light. Fuel is one of those things. We need to add fuel, because if there is no fuel, no, even if you buy fuel, they say fuel is now 1K, fuel is 1.2, people will still buy it, because fuel will still be fuel. And now, okay, let's use filling stations for example. Let's say the cost of has increased. Now, many fuel stations will increase their price, but the function of their meter will still be the same. So they will still have a customer base that is quite all right.
Oh, I can hear it.
Yes, I think it's from my side.
Same here. I can't hear. I think it's from her. Because I can't hear anything from.
Yes, likewise, I can't hear that.
Hi guys, sorry, I had a bit of network
You have some
issue.
network issues.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
Yes.
I think you have some network
Okay.
issues.
Yeah, all right. I had
Yes, we can hear you.
all right. I had a bit of network glitch somehow. So, right. Okay. So I was saying that. Okay, there is no active competing product yet, or otherwise people will buy fuel again. Yes. See, when they start doing electric cars, When they start making electric cars, people will stop buying fuel. If it's once it's affordable, if somebody has an idea to do an electric or something that, something that can override fuel and it's very affordable, you see that fuel will no longer be. It's just that Nigeria now, if the moment somebody thinks out of the box and now creates maybe a TV that can work with power bank or a power bank for TVs, the cost of fuel, the demand for fuel rather will reduce. The moment, yeah, it's just because the demand for fuel is high now because the circumstances around our country it demands it. But the moment another product that has more value than fuel exists, you will see that people will not even buy fuel again. Just imagine that there is a power bank for TV. I was hearing the other time that there is a power bank that can power your laptop, your system. They said there's a power bank now for laptops. And I'm like, that if you charge it, it can take you the whole day. Or your inverter. Okay, just imagine people that have inverters in their house, solar lights. Do they buy fuel? People that have solar, people that use solar in their house. Your sun can charge it. Then anytime light comes, it charges your battery. You can stay. You will not buy fuel. Do you get?
Yeah, they do technically,
yeah.
but it's just on a much lower
Yes,
level
just on a
compared
much,
to others.
yes.
And they have less need for it compared to
Yes, they have
others.
less need for it compared to others. So you see, the moment you have something that is of more value than something, you tend to do away with something to that thing, or you use it lesser than the way you used to use it. You get? All right. So I was saying, before my network crashed, I was talking about how even the fuel that we get, even in the filling stations, you see that the traffic in it is not the same because the value that they provide to their customers is different. In value is not just in your product. Value is in how you serve your products. It is how you deliver your services. It is how every effort, don't forget, every effort you give out. You can go to Sobar's filling station today and you didn't like the way the customer attendant or the pump attendant spoke to you. You decide you will not go there again. It's not because or then you can decide to also go to Total and they welcome you and like they say, welcome sir, do you want to buy fuel? Oh, you want to get petrol? Okay, just stay here. They just serve you, they treat you like one big man. You are feeling big in your head. Even if you buy that fuel for 500, and you bought it for 450 in Sobas, I'm telling you, you will go back again to Total, because the way they delivered their own product was different. Even if you will say that, okay, then I give you bottled water as souvenir to add it. Then I give you bottled water as souvenir to add it. You will see that something in you will tell you, go back to this place. You are tasty, go back. You trekked from your house, go there so that they will give you water. Your mind will now be telling you, at least your mind will now look for an emotional, in copywriting we call it, they say it's emotional buying. There's something called emotional buying, and that's something you can evoke in your customers. It is by the value that you produce that they see. You provoke emotional buying that no matter the cost, they buy. And the moment you can be able to stand and say, I'm selling this thing for so, and so, you are able to defend that this is why I'm selling this is this. That if you don't want it, bring it back. If you use it for 2 days and you see that it does not work, bring it back. You will notice that people then go rush you. You get? Then go rush you. So see, it's about your value again. Still buttressing on that word value. It's about your value that you give out. So I think we have stayed on this slide for so long, and we still have about 20 more slides to go. We are still on the 7th slide, but I think we have time. We have time. Okay, so I would encourage feedback at this point. Have I answered your question? Are you clear on that. I think it was Shay that asked that question. Are you clear?
Yes.
Okay, Shay, you're clear. You're clear on that.
Yes. Just that.
All right. All right. All right. Okay. So I think we can proceed to what is the difference between brand and branding? I know somebody asked that question before. Can you see my slides now? Can you see my slides?
Not at all.
Okay, you can't see my screen. Yes, I will. I will. I will share the slides. Let me just stop sharing and share it in. All right, so can you see them now?
Yes, I can see them.
All right. All right. So we want to look at the difference between the word brand and the word branding. Okay. All right. The differences between the word brand and branding. There are two concepts, right? And so, in order to be a successful brand and have successful branding, you must understand the difference between what brand and branding is. Sorry, guys, just give me a moment. Let me just. All right, sorry guys, I just had to take a quick call. I had to take a quick call from work calls. Okay, so we're looking at the difference between brand and branding. The difference between brand and branding. So knowing the difference between brand and branding is important to your growth, your input and output in the marketplace. So in the marketplace, now you need to know what is a brand and what is branding. We have already established the fact that we already have the background of what branding is, you know. So now, what is the brand? A brand. A brand. Can anybody just share your thoughts? What is a brand? What do you think a brand is? A brand. Guys, please, can you respond in the chat? You can also unmute your mic. A brand can be your logo. Okay. We're going to see. We're going to see about that. It can be, yeah, it can be your logo. It can be. Brand is the product. You are the brand. Oh, beauty. Thank you so much. Brand is the noun, which means the final product, the output result of all your inputs, branding efforts. Everything you do stand out, brings. I feel like the brand is what you produce, individual or as a company. Brand is your identity. All right, nice thoughts, nice thoughts. But I love Beauty's comment that says, "You are the brand. I am the brand. I am my brand. I am my brand. My brand is me. It's simply the product." All right, so let's look at it. You know, what really is branding? What is the difference between brand and brand? All right, a brand is a destination where you want to end up, while branding is the journey or the roadmap to get there. So your brand can be your product. Your brand can be, your brand is your service. Thank you. Your brand is your logo. Your brand is your name, your business name. Your brand is your visual identity. Your brand is everything tangible that makes you a business. You know, that's what your brand is. A brand is a destination where you want to end up, while branding is the journey or the roadmap that will take you there. So your brand is like, okay, so that's like the impression you aim to achieve, and branding is yes, 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 yes. What you want to achieve. Your brand is the how of your branding. So we said every effort you make. So how those efforts are made, that's what makes up your brand. Brand is service. Yeah. All right. So your brand describes who you are and what you do. Your brand describes who you are and what you do. It is the promise you keep as an organization and the core idea behind everything you do. So your brand is the instant reaction someone has when your business name is mentioned. It's the reason why you do what you do in the first place. So your brand is what describes who you are. So your brand is a makeup of your mission, your, okay, can somebody just type the name of your business in the chat? Let's use that as a case study. Let's just Tigra, okay? Peragas, Ice Spring. All right, I'll use the first comment to do that. So Chidima, can you unmute your mic? Admin, please, can you just, yeah. Okay, hi Chidima. Okay, so what's your brand name?
Okay, Sigra Immigration Consulting. Yes.
Sigra what?
Immigration Consulting.
Immigration Consulting. Okay. So what is Sigra Immigration Consulting about?
Sigra Immigration Consulting is about helping individuals that have demonstrated a high level of expertise in their industry to get permanent residence in the United States, and also helping businesses to expand to the US.
Okay. So that means that your brand is about immigration, getting people to
US permanent residence.
Yeah. Yes.
Go to Japa.
Yeah, people that want to Japa. Thank you. Thank you, Onos. People that want to Japa, you help them to Japa, but you help them to Japa in a nice and packaged way, right?
Yes, something like that.
Okay. So what do you think makes your brand? Why should I choose Sigra? So when Sigra is mentioned, you get, when I hear the word Sigra, when I hear the name Sigra, I know Sigra is, I'm looking for immigration companies, right? I want to Japa, I want to go to London, I want to go to the US, and I went on the internet and I searched for immigration consulting. I was looking for, okay. No, let's say somebody recommended you to me, and what do you expect me to have? What should I have already thought about your brand? Do you get? Like, what are the qualities am I supposed to expect? Yeah.
Are you
Yeah.
asking for the person, for how my brand should be perceived? How
Yes.
do I expect my brand to be perceived? Okay, so first of all, from the name Siga, Siga actually means conquer. It's a,
Okay.
let's say, a German word, yes. So the first thing I would like for you to think for a potential customer or potential client to think about, to expect from us is experts immigration consulting services.
Yeah.
Yes, expert immigration solutions rather, and end-to-end solution, end-to-end services, meaning everything that you need, like a one-stop shop. Okay, so if you want your flights, you want your accommodation, you want your for businesses now, once you go there and you don't really know how to hire people, all of that. So a one-stop thing for a one-stop shop for immigration. So those are the two things I expect
All right. All right.
the person
I
about.
I picked out 4 keywords from what you just said about Sigra. I picked out 4 keywords, and now listening in my own. Okay, let me switching to my brand identity strategist mode.
Okay.
I picked out 4 keywords. One of them was experts, end to end, one stop, and conquer. And one of the unique words that stood out for me was when you said the meaning of Sigra means to conquer, right? Which is a perfect, which is a perfect, which is a perfect description of a brand that is related to Japan. Do you get? So
yes,
yeah, which is something that is something that you can say conquer your. Now, when you want to build your brand story, we will still get there. So when you want to build your brand story, we already have keywords that can help you develop that story, so that when I pitch what Sigra is about to somebody that wants to japa tomorrow, or somebody that wants to japa as soon as possible, knows that Sigra is your one stop. Do you understand?
Okay.
See, and we have expertise in doing this. Now, see, everything I've said now is about your brand. So I already, do you get?
Okay.
Your brand is about, so Sigra is about, okay, this is Sigra Immigration, one thing. We provide expertise in doing this, that. We have end-to-end encryption in one thing. We have one stop, in fact, your one stop go to anytime you want to japa, relating it to Nigerian terms. And then you now say it means to conquer. So if you are tired of living in this Nigeria and you want to conquer Sapa, you want to conquer this, Sigra is your one-stop immigration hub.
Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Makes sense, right?
Yes, a lot of sense actually.
Okay. So you see, Japa, I like that. All right. Okay. So now relating this to what we are talking about, your brand. It says that your brand describes who you are. So I picked out 4 words from your brand, from what you told me about your brand. I picked out 4 words, and do they describe your brand? Do they describe who you are?
Yes, they do.
They describe who you are, right? So you see,
yes,
your brand describes who you are and what you do. So you said Sigra is an immigration company that let's use the word Japa. Let's not so that we can all let's use the word Japa that help people to Japa sharp. When you want to Japa, we help you without complications of another additional. It's very easy. We are not complicated. You get, that's you describing, that's what your brand is.
Okay.
So your brand describes who you are and what you do. It is the promise you keep as an organization and the core idea behind everything you do. So your idea of the brand is, so the idea of Sigra is conquer. It's easy. I can understand. I can enter inside your brand story, because looking at the economic situation of Nigeria, one can understand why anybody wants to japa. when if it's affordable. Do you get? Guys,
Yes, I
do you
do.
understand? Yeah. So one can
Yes, I
understand
do.
why
Thank
everybody
you.
wants to japa. So it's very easy to, your brand is what describes you. Now, one of the ways to make it very easy, your description of your brand is looking at, like we said, your value. Now, branding, bringing branding inside the matter again. Bringing value. Now, what value? The value that SIGRA Immigration Company can give to me as an individual is that, one, it's I can run to them and quickly, my visa will be processed, everything, there will be no complications. If I have a deadline, I will meet it. Do you understand? That's them, what they can give to me. That's what SIGRA can give to me as value, as a brand, Then if I want to now describe them, I now want to talk about I said branding is about you giving. Then your brand is about your customers, what they say about you. So branding is who you are, you giving your customers, telling them that this is who I am. Your brand is your customers talking back at you and telling you now that, and now, okay, so let's say we go through the process of this whole thing, and then I'm now in London and I have a friend that wants to japa too. And my friends calls me and tell me that, hey, Tega, me too, I want japa. How you do this thing? And I say, go and meet this so and so. Tigra, they are good. They are experts in doing this. I'm the one now describing your brand.
Sorry.
They are experts in doing this. Now sharp, now sharp something. And the brand theft means I'm not the one explaining your brand to
Advertising the
somebody
brand.
else. Yes. Because you gave me value, you gave me what I wanted. Then I now describe your brand to somebody. So your branding is you. You have used all your brand, your everything. You have given me value. Me, I'm returning the favor to you. I'm telling another person about your brand. So your brand is what describes when somebody else is discussing your brand, or when you're not just somebody else describing your brand. Your brand describes who you are. It's like your personality, what you do, the promise that you keep as an organization, saying that your promise is this. If you come to inquire with us, consult with us, we promise to give you quick feedback. We have good customer service. We have this, we have that. You promise us heaven and earth. And then you give us the core idea behind everything that you do. That's what your brand is. I don't know if we have been able to slit that line between what branding and brand is.
Yes, yes, you have. Thank you.
All right. Okay. So guys, talk back to me. The difference between branding and brand so far. Have we been able to do justice to that? We are still in it. All right. Waiting for your feedbacks. All right. Nice. I love that we're understanding. It's nice. I love the fact that we're understanding. I'm just taking some time to breathe. All right. Okay. So your brand describes who you are, what you do, the promise that you keep as an organization, as a business, the core idea behind everything that you do. You are selling bags. Why are you selling bags? Why? You're even bole. See, I was you can have my other brother is also a graphic designer and is a brand identity, even if he's not really into it that much. He's just much of the graphics and illustrator kind of person. is also into this world of this thing, so he just finished a project with one of his clients, and he stays in Benin. He's schooled in Benin, and he schools in Benin, and
I need good shot though.
he schools in Benin, and he decided to just stay there. And so he was telling me, in fact, he had this as an idea too. So when he came back to PH recently, he was telling me of a project that he's working with one of his friends that is a Port Harcourt boy. So they are both Port Harcourt boys, and they are in Benin, and they discovered that Port Harcourt bole is different from the one they serve in Benin. So they took Port Harcourt bole to Benin. And you know what, guys? They took Port Harcourt bole to Benin in a very grand style.
Eh?
Yeah. Port
Kaya
Harcourt.
de bani kabara. Shot
Can
I
you?
want.
Can you?
Is
Admin, please help us mute everybody's mics.
Okay.
Please help us. All right.
So
Please, can you mute your mics, please? All right. So I was talking about they took Port Harcourt. His friend saw that bole in Port Harcourt is quite. I don't know if you know what bole is. It's roasted plantain. Yes, roasted plantain. Roasted plantain. Roasted plantain. That's what bole is. We call it bole in Port Harcourt. Roasted plantain. In Port Harcourt, we eat roasted plantain with stew. They even eat it with beans. Roasted plantain, beans, and stew. But in Benin, they said they eat it with granuts. And me, I can't imagine that kind of thing. Okay, it's Boli in Lagos. Okay. They eat it with granuts. How can you eat roasted plantain with granuts? So they took Port Harcourt style to Benin, and you needed to see what they made the whole thing as. Now, see, in Port Harcourt, bole is just roasted plantain is a normal food that anybody eats, like is lunch that anybody can eat. They just sell it on the roadside. And you just see a woman with umbrella, just roast your bole, just eat it as lunch. It's normal. It's normal for people to in Port Harcourt, it's normal. Yeah, roasted with charcoal. But then in Benin, oh my god.
Okay, shi yasa ni kuma nake so a kana rike da shi din. Sai nake so in
Yeah,
dauka.
the admin should mute
Bolaji,
everybody's mic now.
Bobby, or whatever. I'm sorry, who is Bobby? Please. I am going to mute you for the very last time. If you unmute yourself again, I will remove you from this class. This is the last time.
Please do that.
Oh my god.
Please, facilitator, unmute yourself, please.
All right. So what was I saying? I was talking about. We are still trying to describe. We are still talking about brand, the difference between branding and brand. So I'm just trying to explain the fact that we're talking about the difference between branding and brand. The words, the concepts, the terms, branding and brand. We're talking about the difference between branding and brand. And so I was using an example of a project that my elder brother just finished now to talk about what a brand is. You see, so now the reason why people are going to patronize this new brand of bole or roasted plantain is because now the normal they were eating it with granuts, but now he's doing something different. They want to try it. Let me try out roasted plantain and stew. And by the time they do that, you will notice that it's nice. My God, it's nice. Then they put onion inside if you want. Some people even they garnish it. It's really nice. And then they didn't stop there. They now went ahead and created a brand. They packaged it. Now they are not going to serve it. They're going to serve it with takeaway plates. They are going to have delivery. If you want, they can do home delivery to you. So they added extra things that is going to make their brand stand out. So even if somebody else copies that idea, so and so brand has a foothold over the minds of people, because if you want lunch and you want to eat this as lunch, you can, it's just they'll just tell you it's a phone call away. You can just call us and we'll just deliver to your doorstep. Back, it's on your doorstep. You open and eat. So that brand already has. Somebody wants to eat lunch and I say, oh, let's go out and take lunch. Say, no, we don't need to go out. Let's just call these people. They will bring roasted plantain to us. Do you get? So your branding is the process of doing everything that makes you have that value to your customers, giving out that value, the process, the ideation, the concept, everything. But your brand now is what describes who you are, what you do. That is the promise that you keep as an organization or as a business. And it is the core idea, don't forget, behind everything that you do. Your brand is the instant reaction someone has when your business is mentioned. The instant reaction. The instant reaction. My brand is very wide. So, but for now, we have not launched into. That's why you see, you can have a big idea, and then that's why branding is a process. Your idea is very large, but then you don't know where to start from. So you began from somewhere, and then slowly, as you begin to go, you begin to launch into different places. That's why there is Apple phone, there is iPad, watches, there is iPhone. Before you hear that there is Apple glasses, 3D Apple glasses. You hear that looking at gadgets. Okay, no. Let's use Oraimo. Let's look at Oraimo. Oraimo is a gadget hub. You know, even if I've not taken time to study their mission or something like that, but from what I understand about Oraimo, recently I saw Oraimo. What is that recent thing that they did? They launched a product recently. Oraimo launched a product recently. Oh my God! Can anybody help me if you've heard of it, if you've seen it? Oraimo launched a product recently. And you see, but when they started, if I remember, I would let us know. But when Oraimo started, they started with an earpiece or started with full products. But that was not all there is or all there was about Oraimo. That was not all. That was not the it. Now you see, the branding is still going on. The brand is still being developed. So you see, they started with one thing, and then they started introducing different things. They started introducing different areas, different things. So you can start off as a product and introduce a service later. You can start off as a this. That is why your branding is important, because it is going to last. It's something that is supposed to last you over time. Over time, your product can change. Your product can be modified. Your product can be increased. Your product you can repackage. You can read this. You can read that. But when it comes to conceptualizing, no. It's not free. No. It was one, I've forgotten. It was one something. It blew my mind, honestly, when I saw it. It's not airports. It's not free. No, it's not. I can't remember it. I think it's a gadget. It's something not hearing, not even in hearing. Sorry, guys, I had network issues too. Can you hear me? So I was saying that when we're on break, when we take our break, and Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, when we take that break, I'll look for it. I'll look for it and I'll let us know. It blew my mind, you know. So your brand describes who you are, what you do. It's the promise that you keep as a business. As a business, why did you start doing what you're doing? Who are you? Who is your business? Like when we used Chidima's Sigra, when we used Sigra for as an example, we saw that Sigra
Okay, that's better. Ah, yeah, well, hello. The five.
Can you hear me?
The man from Oshun, please mute your.
Yes, ma'am, I can hear you.
All right. Electric bike. Yes, that's it. Yes. Yes. An electric bike. Yes. Yes. That's it. That was it. But who knew? We all thought that they were all about phone gadgets. We thought Araimo was all about phone gadgets, but they're showing us now that they are more than that. So you see, they're entering this thing. They are more than that. Yeah. So to this point, guys, do we understand? Do we understand? Talk back to me, guys. Do we understand? Do you get? Are you seeing? Are you
Yes.
conceptualizing your own brand? Like, are you personalizing this? Because I don't. It's not just talking. We're not just talking. The essence of the class is so that you can be able to develop your brand. You can be able to conceptualize. You can be able to know who your brand is. Yeah. Are you understanding? Are you seeing your own brand? Are you imagining yourself? Are you understanding? Coming into more life. Talk back to me, guys. Talk back to me.
So that is an area I fully understand. Thank you.
All right, all right, all right. So I think we'll go on. We are entitled to 30 minutes break, so I think we can do that in 12:30, and then we'll be back for one. We can be back for one. So then we will now, when we come back for one, I want us to digest. We have not even.
Oh, can
Wow.
power battery again.
Yeah, we can
Charge.
yeah, we can, so that it doesn't sound so overwhelming. Yeah. All right. All right. So your brand described. So let's just tie the knots on this, so we can go on the break for 12:30. Your brand describes who you are, what you do. It's the promise you keep as an individual, as an organization, whatever. Your brand describes who you are. Now, the major difference. Now, let me define this. Branding is, I would see how to type this in the chat, but branding is your efforts to build lasting value to satisfy your customers. Your brand describes who you are, what you do, your name, your idea, your promise, your how you do what you do. I don't know if you guys understand, if you're understanding what we are saying. So about branding.
Well understood, no?
Yes.
You understand?
Okay.
I
All right.
understand.
All right. Oh, my screen. Okay, so sorry. I think when my network stopped, it's all right. So can you see my screen now?
Yes, I can.
All right. All right. Right. So I think we can look at the last slide on this. So branding is the process of getting people to know who you are, how you will reach your goals, creating your name, writing your brand message, all the efforts you put in to build in lasting value to satisfy your customers. Then your brand describes who you are, what you do, the promise you keep as a business, individual, organization, the core idea behind everything that you do. That's the instant reaction. Don't forget, your brand is the instant reaction that someone has when your business is mentioned. We mentioned Sigra, using that as an example. And yeah, first thing that comes to my mind is that, wow, those guys are experts in what they do. They know what they do, like, and it's so easy with them. It's so easy with them. It's so easy. Like, you just go, they even understand your needs. They can tell you what you need to do. They just demand for so and so. They're not just like this normal Nigerian embassy or immigration. When you go, they stress you, stress your life. This one, they just ask you for the important things that you need. They don't stress you. They don't, do you get? Somebody's the one, after experiencing you or having contact with you, can now be able to describe you. So you yourself, what do you see yourself as a brand? As a brand, your brand is what describes who you are, you know. Okay, so let's have one person just put in the name of your business again. Just type in the name of your business again. Let's do some practical. First comment I get here is what we'll work with. Hope you can hear me. Okay. All right. I would have said let's do Viridian food. Okay, so let's do this thing that has come. So Shubami, you're going to unmute your mic. Please, can you unmute your mic? All right. Okay, so what's the name of your good afternoon, ma? So what's the name of your brand?
It's Soul Vitals Global Consults.
Soul Vitals Global Consults. Okay. So who is Soul Vitals Global Consults? If I hear that word, what should be coming to my mind? Who is?
Well, it's a product, it's a service industry.
Okay.
And our focus is we identified a need in the community because I'm a professional nurse, but I found out that there are so many complaints about nurses. At least 1 out of 4 people will tell me they've had very terrible encounters when they go to the hospital.
Which is very true, very true.
So we want to build a brand, a community of nurses who stand out. Those that will give service and you're like, my God, where are you from? What school did you attend? And then maybe it's not really about school, but let me just use the word holistic nurses, because we also found out that nurses are not whole. Many nurses have their homes, their home is in shambles, and there are many things going on with them. So, and you expect the same kind of people to come to the hospital and pretend as if nothing is happening to them, because what the public is concerned about is just give your best.
Okay.
So right now we want to provide solution in that healthcare space to give whole nurses who will give holistic care.
Okay. Very nice, very nice. So, okay, so what does Soul Vitals mean?
Soul Vitals is from the word solution providers.
Okay. Okay, so it's a combination of solution and provider.
Yes.
Right. All right. Okay. So I heard I picked 3 words, three core words from what Soul Vitals is about. So, and wow, this is really a good innovation. Honestly, wow, it's nice because on a more serious note, speaking from the health sector, people, like you said, 1 of 4 people have complaints about how they were treated when they go to the hospital, how the nurse treats them. Even in movies, we see it, and it's a reality. In Port Harcourt Teaching Hospital is worse because that place is a no-go area. Because
My
you
God,
go there and the way they treat you, they don't treat you like you're a human being.
Jesus.
They just treat you like, that's why people don't even people they die in here for that place. Anyway, so one of the words that struck me was holistic and whole makers. You said holistic. And so you see, Soul Vitals is very realistic because now you're looking at a need. Your need is very realistic, very much realistic, because it's something that everybody can experience. Everybody can experience. Everybody can enter into. Everybody knows what it feels like, and so we have a shot at the marketplace. I know. So now, the question I asked was, who is Soul Vitals, right? And then you said, Soul Vitals is looking at you just pitched Soul Vitals anyway. You just pitched it. And if I was somebody that you were pitching to, honestly, I would have if it was a grant, I would have given you the money. Because it was so straight to the point, and it was really, there's really a need. So you're in the healthcare space, and one word is holistic. And then one of the things you said, you identify a need in the community. So Vitals is looking at producing nurses that are able to, let me say, customer care nurses. Let me use that word, customer care nurses. Nurses that they are not just treating you, but they are also empathic, right? Chubomi, can you talk back to me? They are also empathic, meaning they are putting themselves in the same shoes, and they know how to treat you.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So that's what Soul Vitals is about. And so I think yours is really straight to the point. I really understand. It's really straight to the point. So I understand who you are and what your brand is about.
So the motive is we
I lost you there, Shigomi. I can't hear you anymore. I don't know if it's your network or something. Can anybody else hear?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Shubemi, we lost you for a while, so we'll come back again to you. But for now, I think let's move to Anne. Can you unmute your mic, please? Lavender Care.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Hope you're enjoying the class.
Yes, I am.
All right. So, who is Lavender Care? Based on what we have said,
Okay. Lavender Care is a comprehensive solution to postpartum care, or the gap in postpartum care. So, research has shown that mothers receive little to no care after birth, and the focus is usually on the baby. But we realized that when a child is born, the mother is born as well, and there is need to also cater to her needs and provide her with the support and help that she needs to thrive. So the platform is, even though just recently launched, it's supposed to provide products and services that would help mothers have a soft landing and have a beautiful motherhood experience. Yes, so that's a summary of Lavender Care.
Wow, So okay, wow, it's nice. So you're also in the healthcare space.
Yes, this is also healthcare.
And
Yes.
and it's also clear who your target audience is.
Definitely. Yes.
Mothers, right?
Yes.
Mothers.
Yes. Mothers and
and
healthcare providers, service providers, product retailers, and manufacturers. Yes.
All right. So it's clear. So wow, wow. This is really nice. I love the way that some of us already have, ideation, right, of what your brand is about and what. So what we are doing now is just, looking at the word in itself, branding and brand.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So
The name, yeah. So the name came from, lavender is a powerful plant. It has numerous benefits, from treating insomnia to healing wounds. So it has so many benefits. So it just tells what the brand is about. If you're a mother and you come to Lavender Care, you have a holistic experience, from your mental health to your physical health. All around, Lavender Care will help you. So just from the plant, the name is from the plant and the many benefits it has.
All right, which is nice, really lovely. Okay, so I think we have 5 minutes or less than 5 minutes before the break. Quickly, Idowu, please, can you unmute your mic?
Hello.
All right. So Viridian food, right? Did I get the pronunciation
Yes.
well?
Yes.
All right. Okay, so who is Viridian food and what is Viridian food about?
The Viridian food is actually is an enterprise that springs up from health issues arising from food that we eat. And saying, the Chinese saying goes thus: "You are as good as your last meal." And your food is actually who you are. And with academic researches, has really shown that with the advent of our tech and all these latest means of producing food crops, fertilizers, and co, there are also unwanted things inside the food that leads to lots of aberrations in people's health, increasing obesity, and even eating food that is rich, but actually the person is not getting the nutrients. That's the works of heavy metals. So Viridian food is actually providing a solution whereby educates people how to plant things organically, not with tech things. And there are also products from the farms for people that need, especially people that are diabetics, obese.
Wow.
There are even our own local food that probably we've set apart, like our local yam. People tend to buy all this Abuja yam, but to actually cut things short, local yam is much more nutritious than the Abuja yam, just because I want to feel among you do it. So that's all what the Radiant food is about. Services and products.
All right. Wow. Nice. Wow. See, I've noticed from the few comments we've had. You see, guys, I see that now. Every one of us here, I'm very sure, each and every one of us here, we have our personal businesses, and it's good to know that we have value already. You get, we have what people need. And see, most of the time, people don't know, like what Idowu just said now. And you see, from what he has said, people don't know that they need this thing, except you give it to them and show it to them. People may not know. So you are the one that saw the need. And then, well, I think in the next class, when we come to for the next session, we're going to now enter into a lot of things, and we're going to look at a lot. So I think maybe we'll be faster when we come, because that will be like 2 hours remaining for our time. Okay, before we go, Shubomi, your hand is up, so you can just speak.
Yes, I'm sorry, I was kicked out. I don't know, the network kicked me out. So I didn't get to hear what you...
Okay, yeah. Your line started breaking at a point, so you have to take someone else's phone.
Yes, so I wanted to find out what you said. I mean, when I stepped out.
I didn't really say much. I just picked out someone else. We're
Okay,
just looking at, yeah, because I wanted to. Now the reason why we did this was so that, I believe that from the process of when we started now, and from the time when we started and now, and where this point that we have gotten to, we have been able to differentiate, we have been able to put clarity on who your brand is. We have been able to, that's why I am glad that, the few people that have spoken have been able to, some has said, has we will get to brand story, but I've heard brand stories in the little pitch that I've heard, so yeah. So looking at the word branding and who your brand is, we have been able to somehow, we did justice to that, and it's nice to know that we are following.
Thank you very much. Maybe you can consult for us. Maybe after the class, we can talk about, you can consult for our nurses. Thank you a lot.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, so I think we should be taking our 30 minutes break now, and we'll be back for 1 p.m. So I just want to know if there's any question before we leave. Any question or comments? Any question or comments? Okay, in absence of that, I think we can take a 30 minutes break and be back for 1 p.m. So we can just be able to digest everything that we have heard and power up again. Let's power up, every other thing. All right. Thank you so much, guys. I really enjoyed myself so far. It's been interactive, and I believe that when we come back, we would dive deeper into this thing and we'll have better clarity. So you can take down your questions, and if you have any question, you can just write it down. So we'll have the question for that when we come back. So thank you so much, and see you guys by 1 p.m.
Thank you too.
Yes, thank you, everyone. Bye.
The teleport is what?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I can
All
hear
right.
you.
All right.
Yes, we hear you.
So how do we establish personal branding? Okay, I once read a book on the importance of personal branding and how it helps our product branding. What must be done to build a good personal brand? Now, we will get to that we'll get to that. So I just wanted us to see the types of branding. Okay, so for like we would get to that. I don't know if there's a way I can pin these questions so that I see your question for like but we'll get to that. Okay, just in case I skip it and you've not gotten clarity, just please call my attention again, but we'll get to that. But for now, I want us to look at another very, very important aspect of branding, which is 6 important elements of branding. There are more than 6, but more importantly, every other one you can find them in these 6. So elements of branding, 6 important elements of branding. I hope we're taking notes though. I plan to give us a task in this class and well, we'll do it. So there are 6 important elements of branding. Let's just reiterate the fact that branding is everything tangible and intangible that goes into the experience your customers have when they come in contact with your business. So both in their perception of your business, both in the way they come in contact with you, both in their perception, in the way they come in contact with you, on everything, your branding is everything tangible, everything they can lay their hands on, everything they can touch, everything they can perceive, everything they can see, everything they can dwell on. you know. And so there are 6 important elements of branding, and that's what we're going to be looking at in this slide. Successful branding begins with a well-defined brand that is relevant to your market. Having a logo, tagline, and maybe a business card doesn't mean you have completed your branding. You know, there are 6 elements that you need to carefully consider and define for successful branding of your for successful building of your brand. You know, so successful branding begins with a well-defined brand. Like, I would also see what a well-defined brand is, you know, that's relevant to your market. So having a logo, tagline, and maybe a business card doesn't mean that you have completed your branding. There are 6 elements you need to carefully consider and define for the successful building of your brand. And see, these 6 elements must first be put into careful consideration and crafted intelligently. So if you have a brand, or if you have created a brand already, or you're in the process of branding, and you've skipped any of these 6 elements, you need to go back again to the beginning, not destroying your idea, but you already have your idea conceptualized. So you need to go back again to. So can you see my screen?
Yes,
I
see.
can see your screen.
I see your screen.
Right. So in your live, you need to log out and log in again. All right. Okay. So these elements are these 6 elements must first be put into careful consideration and crafted intelligently. It's like preparing for the birth of a child. You know, you plan for the future of the child, and then you strategically follow those plans, you know. So these elements are part of your logo creation process. They are part of the things designers take into consideration when creating unique logo for your brand. So if a designer wants to create a logo for your brand, you see, these elements are part of the things. They are very important for your creating your identity. They're also very important part of.
Please, I was unable to see your screen. No.
Okay. Maybe you need to log out and log in again so that you can see my screen, because I think every other person can see them. Yeah. All right. So moving forward to the first element of branding, we have brand voice, brand identity, brand promise, brand voice, brand identity, brand promise, brand values, brand targeting, and brand positioning. These 6 elements are elements that you need to put into very careful consideration when you want to start the process of creating your brand or conceptualizing your brand or everything about your brand. So you see, there are more, but you see, these 6 elements are very, very important steps. They are very, very important in strategically positioning you for, you know, the journey of branding. Okay, so we will look at the brand voice, brand identity, brand promise, brand value, brand targeting, and brand positioning. All right, so sit back, relax, and let's enjoy the ride together. Okay, so if you get me to this point, can you just say hi on the chat, or you can unmute yourself and say hi. Then I'm also going to give us some time to take down. Yeah, you can take screenshots in case you're not fast enough in typing. You can take screenshots, but I'm also going to share the slides, so you have nothing to worry. Okay. All right. So proceeding to the first one. Just a quick definition here on the left. You see that brand elements are the unique aspects of your brands, like name, logo, color schemes, etc. You know, that create a collective recognizable image for your brand and business. Now, see, we have left the part of concept. We are now in the process of creating the image of your business, you know, creating that image, we were talking about personality. Now we're talking about image, your brand image, your what's the word now? Your identity. Yeah, that's the word, your identity. Okay, so the first one is Brand voice. Brand voice. Brand voice. Your brand voice is the personality and emotion that you infuse into your business communication. Your brand voice is the personality and emotion that you infuse into your business communication. It helps to show how real and relatable your brand can be. How real and relatable your brand can be. You know, it displays your values and makes you stand out from your competitors. This is what customers know and love about your brand voice, like what speaks for you when you're not there, what when you're not in person, when you're not the one pitching, when somebody hears about your brand, like what is the word or what's the voice that is echoing in the person's head. You get? So it's that emotion, that personality that you infuse in your business communication. Like let's use Coca-Cola. I like to use Coca-Cola as an example because people say there's one song like that time they said open up some happiness. You know, they said that they were infusing the emotion of happiness to Coke, which meant that if you open Coke, you will be happy. So if you are sad and depressed, Coke, that was what they're saying. Meanwhile, they used to tell us that Coke has sugar. You know, people will forget about the fact that Coke is highly, you know, has 7 cubes of sugar, and then they will open Coke because Coke has happiness in it. And to the extent which you believe in it, it worked, you know. There was also another campaign that Coca-Cola did. They said, share your Coca-Cola with someone. And those periods, you notice that they made, if we check their annual sales reports, well, maybe we can see, or we're going to see that time they made more sales when they tied those their brand to an emotion. You know, tying your brand to your emotion. When we looked at I think it was Chidinma here, Sigra. You know, the emotion that we can emit from that brand. What emotion can we say? What emotion can we say? We can say the emotion of trust. You know, somebody feels trust. Somebody can feel trust that if I want to japa, I'm very sure that this my japa scheme will work because these people, you know, they are strong, they are trustworthy, they can help me. You get? So your brand voice is that personality and that emotion that you infuse into your business communication. And this comes into play a lot when you want to do your advert. You know, when you want to advertise your business or when you want to now create content. When you want to create content on who you are. When you want to create content, creating content that speak of your brand voice is one of the elements that needs to speak. You know, creating those contents. What emotion are we trying to evoke? What emotion? When we looked at, I think it was soul viders, they are nurses that help people. They are empathic people. That's an emotion. They care for people. That's an emotion. They also I'm sure they will be very detailed. That's an emotion. You know, emotion that causes an emission that emits something. The brand voice is your personality and your emotion that you infuse into your business communication. So in your business communication, where your advertising comes in, you need to pitch your business to somebody. Your brand voice, like your voice, your literal voice that you're speaking. So your brand has a voice because your brand is a person. Your business is a person, so it has a voice. Do you get? I don't know if you understand. If you're following me, can you say hi on the chat or just react?
We are following you.
All right. So your business is a person. So it has a voice. It speaks. You get? It has a voice. It can talk. It can stand out on its own. So it is that emotion that you tie to your business. Are you sick and you need to go to the hospital? And then, okay, so let's say like so Vidas now produce nurses that does home delivery healthcare services. And so they now come out on Instagram and they do a real video. And the real video is showing us, they are communicating now. They say, are you sick and you don't have the strength to go to a hospital. So Vidas is here to provide you with the healthcare, healthcare service that you need. We are at your beck and call. You know, we are. You know, do you understand? Do you get the idea? Do you get the idea? And then people now have, people now have an idea of. People now have an idea of what your brand is about. You know, it's the voice your brand is speaking. And yes, let me give you guys a tip. One of the things that you need to do in your brand communication, you know, one of the things you need to do to advertise your brand is always produce content that talks about who your brand is. That's one of the ways to get your brand voice out there. Always produce content that talks about who your brand is. And one of the ways to do that is real videos, you know, creating Instagram reels or short clips. Always, if you are a brand that you need to go on YouTube and then, you know, always produce content that speak of who your brand is. Always reiterate who your brand is. Talk about your brand. Who is this? Who is that in your content, and be creative about it. Keep hitting at it. Let people keep seeing it. You know, that's one of the ways to convert more people. You keep doing it. And then sometimes you can create just an ad about who your business is. You don't know who needs it, who is out there, you know, and you already have your target audience. So it narrows down and then it comes to them, and then they see it and they see your value. Just listening to who you are alone, you are providing solution to me. You're providing, I want this, you have it. So I think we can go to the next. So basically, just know that your business is a human being. Let's see your business as human. Your business has life, and anything that has life has a voice. It means it can speak, it can express itself. So your business has a personality, and your business has an emotion. So what emotion are you infusing into your business communication that will in turn stimulate a response from the people that you are reaching out to? That's what your brand voice is about. That's one of the elements of brand, your brand voice. Okay, so if you have questions, you can just, you know, write them down. We'll visit them. All right, so we have brand identity. Now this is the part where your brand needs now to be recognizable to the eyes of your customers. So it is your visual representation that includes your color palette, your logo, you know, it is how you visually represent yourself on social media, websites, your packaging, and other tangible aspects of your brand. Your brand identity is what now cuts across. This is where your logo comes in. This is where your brand colors comes in, how you use your brand, how you explain your brand. Because you see, yeah, all these things are very important also. So I want to see a visual identity for. Can you see my screen, please?
Yes.
I worked on
Yeah, sure, we can. We can see your screen.
all right. So I worked on, I think it was sometime last year, I worked on one brand identity and Nucleon Consult, that's the name. And basically what I did was a rebrand. So I changed the colors of the brand. I changed the logos, I changed the colors. It's a consulting firm. And then we now had to merge the firm. It was just a consulting firm. So we added everything that my client was doing. We added it together and then we merged it together. So it became a consulting firm and then a firm that you can also register your business. And then it's also provide life coaching and mentorship sessions, you know. Then I use two profound colors, or say three: white, a shade of blue, and orange. And those things, those colors, they meant specific things in I picked them as a result of keywords that I produced from the brand statement and every other thing that I got from the clients to make this stuff. Wow, somebody is answering organic digger in this thing too. Yeah, I hope he or she joins back. All right. Okay. So your brand identity, basically, I think this is everybody knows about brand identity. Everybody knows, because one of the things that is like a myth is that brand is logo, branding is this. So you see, your brand identity is part of a business. This is where sole viders, I can now see sole viders. Somebody says sole viders, I see one S somewhere and it's green and white or something like that. It's also your identity, your brand identity. That's where this is where you now have to collaborate with a graphic designer, or if you're not a graphic designer, you also take maybe courses on graphics design, to just principles of graphic design, to know how to. But if you collaborate with a graphic designer on this area, your graphic designer is supposed to help you to develop your brand guide. And your brand guide is something that helps you to when you post on social media, you see some, if you're frequent on social media, you notice that some people maintain a certain color during their carousel posts. If you look at my slides, these are my brand colors. These are my brand colors. If you look at my slides, these are my brand colors. Now, everything about my brand has this color. These are my brand colors. This is how my brand. If I'm posting a carousel, except I decide to switch up or maybe interchange my colors, but these are my brand colors. You see these things on my brand. These are my brand colors. This is how I decide to, my brand guidelines, how I decide to represent my own carousel post. So do you get? Then take graphics on the up saying that me, that is me as a designer also, not me now as a, you get. So we have a brand guideline that enables me to, it's very easy. So when you develop this thing, if you want to post content now on social media, it's very easy for you. Maybe you just use white. Maybe your color is white and black. You can decide to interchange it. Today you put white and black. And you see, this thing about brand identity, somebody who goes to your page on IG and then sees a consistency of how you display your work, how sharp it is, you notice that the people, they tend to trust you more because your work looks excellent and it looks sharp for the eyes to see. All right. So on the next one is brand promise. Brand promise. We have talked about brand voice. We have talked about brand identity. Now we're talking about brand promise. Your brand promise, I think it was when we were talking about branding, the difference between brand and branding. We said that a brand describes who you are, what you are, how you do what you do, and then the promise that backs up your organizational structure and the core values or the core ideas behind your brand. And so you see, your brand promise is a very, very important thing about, don't forget, we are looking at elements of branding. So your brand promise is a very important element in branding, very important element. It's all about how you clearly communicate the unique values that your business provides your customers with. It includes your company's mission, your vision statement, principles and core values. This is what sets your customers' expectations and hold your company accountable to them. The more consistent your business actions are with your brand promise, the more trustworthy and loyalty you will cultivate. Now, this is the part of brand elements, or this is part of your brand identity that ties your customers or your clients to your business. Now, the more you deliver, that's why we said it's about value. The more you deliver this value to them, your promise is your value. Every promise that you give to them is your value. So the more you deliver on this, it helps them. It's what makes you accountable, makes them also accountable to you. It's both ways. You're accountable to each other. If you are a clothing brand, For example, you're a clothing brand, for example, they said, there's this saying that tailors always disappoint. So that is always a problem. Is already a problem on its own. So as a brand or as a fashion brand, I want to solve this problem. How do I solve this problem? So I go out and I make promises that I make a promise that I will deliver your clothes on time. I need this, so and so time. And so, see, one of the things about this is honesty is very important. You need to be very, very honest. You need to be very, very honest too. That's just by the way. But following up on that line of thought, if you're a fashion brand and there's normally a saying, or there's a saying that tailors don't disappoint, and then what I ordered versus what I received. Is there anybody here that has experienced that kind of this thing? You ordered something and then what you got was different from what you ordered. How did you feel? Can somebody just share your experience with us? You ordered something, maybe you saw, maybe it was a cloth or anything, you ordered something, you saw it online, it looked good. Then when you got it, it was different from what you saw. How did you feel? Anybody? You can type in the chat. You can also respond, please, guys. Talk back to me. How did it make you feel? You experienced what I ordered versus what I received. Just share your experience with us. Let's see how the thing affected that brand that you got it from. Feels like a waste of time, explanation, and money. I'm telling you. One time, a friend of mine was selling half cuts for ladies. We know a half cut bras. Like you can, and those things are easy to wear. You can just wear it in your house and just stay. For those of us like me that are remote workers, we don't need to dress corporate except we have a meeting. You can just wear that half cut, stay in your house like this and be working. I literally had a fight with the customer, blocked her on IG and never visited the brand again. You see? Let's talk about, okay, how about feels bad? How about somebody that orders a wig online? You order a wig online and then you get the wig and oh my God, it's different from what you got, what you ordered. What you ordered was what the experience is really bad. The experience is really, really bad. It's not something that, yeah. So you see, that's what your brand promise is about. Now put yourself in, you already know how you feel. Now you will feel like you were jilted, you were cheated, yeah, in terms of quality, felt cheated, trustworthy was destroyed, trust was destroyed, that kind of feeling, so now you putting yourself in that same shoe, you have experienced it, talking to a brand, delivering on your brand promise. Now that brand, you never visit it again. If it was your first time safe, there will never be a second time. The only time there are exceptions to these things are when maybe you have been visiting this brand and this brand has been delivering something and then it was just these ones that they failed. It was just these ones that they failed. Before then, you not try them again, they didn't fail again. But, as a graphic designer, there is this printing press that I used to go and print my jobs, and over time, I discovered that they were not taking my job seriously anymore. You give them something, they print and they print it off. The colors are bad. I tried it for the first time. I complained. After I complained, I just left. Because now they were delivering value actually, but something changed. Maybe a problem in their management or a problem in, I don't know. I can't say what exactly changed. Maybe a change of staffing and improper orientation of the work or something. But something happened that affected their output. And it also affected the way my perception of them changed. You see, we said that branding is every effort you make to produce long-lasting value. So at a point in my relationship with that brand, they failed to deliver me with what I needed. So I had to run away. So I went to another brand that was delivering me with something that I needed. So they promised me clear design, clear this or clear that, but they stopped delivering me with that. And so your brand promise is something that makes your client accountable to you. It's like signing a contract to somebody and then going back and doing otherwise. Signing a contract with somebody and doing otherwise, you get? Yeah, so failing on your brand promise. So your brand promise is your vision statement, your mission statement, your principles, and your core values. Your mission statement, your vision, your mission, your principles, your core values, your ethics, your morals, your code of conduct, everything that makes your brand a sociable brand, that makes it relatable to people. Your business actions are supposed to be backed up by your core values, your principles, your ethics, So this is what your brand promise is about. We have looked at brand voice, brand identity, and brand promise. So going over to the next slide, brand value and brand targeting. But so far, is there any question so far? Okay. Heritage is asking, could we put off our videos so that more network bandwidth can be allocated to the speaker's voice and presentation so we can hear more clearly? Thank you. Oh, that's one of the reasons why I even put up my videos, so that the network can be very clear. So if your camera is on, can you just please just put it off? Is it better now, Heritage? Can everyone hear me clearly?
Yes, can hear you.
Sure, we can hear you. Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay. All right, so we can proceed. So your brand value. So before we move on, what are values? What do you think values? I know we have been talking about value, and value. But what is value? Now, on a general note, what is value? What is value? Can somebody just maybe type in the chat or respond? Talk back to me, guys. Yeah. Your line is breaking, so I can't hear you, but you can type in the chat.
Hello, Ma.
Yes, I can
Okay,
hear
value
you,
is
Alima. Please go ahead.
the quality of something that you give out that makes it desirable to the kind of audience or people you are giving that thing out to.
Okay. Very lengthy definition, but I like the fact that it is unique to you, Halima. It's unique to you. So Chukunonso says important or what? Which one attached to something? Standard, added advantage. Yeah. So something of esteem, something that you hold dear, something that is very very precious. Yes, level of acceptance, principles that help you decide what is right or wrong in very simple terms. And one thing about value is that values are different to different people, and values mean different things to different people. Values are expectations given to someone or something which is worthy of time and money. So that's why every business has a target audience, because your value as a business, yes, accepted by individuals. Thank you, Hashim. Your value as a business. Now, that's why your target audience will still get there. It's very important, because as a business, values are different. People value different things at different levels. What is very precious to me can be a piece of cake to somebody else. What is a piece of cake to me can be something of great value to somebody else. Like they say, one man's food is another man's poison. Something like that. Or beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. Those are questions of Those are statements that gives you an idea of what value is to people. You get what makes you earn respect and patronage. Yes, everybody is right. Okay, so your brand values are guiding principles and beliefs that your business stands for. Your brand values are guiding principles and beliefs that your business stands for. It helps you to display how relatable and real your brand can be. Your brand value is very important because of a lot of times it will draw your customers to you, especially if they share the same values with you. On a more serious note, if your customers share the same value with you, they will be drawn more to you. You know, let's use what brand now? What brand now was for Mother's 10? I've forgotten the name. There was a brand that we used as an example. Is it so bad? No, it's not so bad. It's Lavender Care. Yeah, Lavender Care. It's for mothers, and so now I can imagine what Lavender Care values is. I think it was who now that has that brand, Lavender Care. Okay. Can you just type let's use a another random brand for this case study. So the first person to type your brand name here, you get that privilege. So we'll help you look at what your values are. Let's help you outline your values as a brand. So anybody that just type your brand name. All right, Viridian Food. Okay, so with the who, can you just go ahead again and just tell us, just tell us what Viridian Food is about again, so that we can pick out your values.
Good afternoon, moderator. Viridian Food is a social enterprise that is about educating people about what they eat and what they get from it, and at the same time provide solutions by offering products organically. Viridian is a Latin word from the word green. Viridian Food stands for green production of what we eat.
Okay.
As I said earlier, majority of our health issues starts from our food production and patterns of consumption. It's no longer news that in recent time, people eat more before even feeling satisfaction. But a few years back, it wasn't like this. Some things are actually wrong at a point. And we also noticed too that there are more diseases and infections around. Are we no longer eating? No, we eat every day. But what we consume, are they actually what we need? Are they actually what we intend to? So that's all what Viridian is all about.
All right. Okay. So what are your core values at Viridian Food?
Okay. To start with, one is to enable people, make awareness about consumption. And earlier, it has to do with kind of, trust of the thing. Yes, what I'm getting, is it actually what it is? And so we tend to even put the person, this is how you can do it to actually get what you want.
Okay. So, from when you were pitching about Viridian Food, now I picked few keywords. 1, 2, 3, 4. I picked organic, picked solution, education, and social enterprise. Now, it means that if we want to, talking about Viridian food values, now we can say that one of your values is education, right?
Yes.
Education is one of your values. Providing solutions is also one of your values. And there,
Okay,
you're
okay.
also a
Yeah.
social, yes, you're also a social enterprise, which means that being a social enterprise makes you not, you're not in the religious sector, you're not at extreme corners, you're in the middle of balancing equations. So it means that
Yeah.
you can be at any place at any time because you are not biased. So one of your values is that you are not also biased. All right, am I right?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so that's what having a brand value is about. Now you see these steps are very important because when you want to, if you when you move now into the process of creating your brand and coming into pushing out your brand and coming out into maybe social media and start advertising, you want to now start telling people about your brand. When you want to now start telling people, please, can you mute your mic, please?
Okay.
So when,
I'll do that
yeah,
now.
yes. I don't think it's even you, Seth. I think someone else, your mic is on muted. Please, everyone, just mute your mics, please. Oh my God. All right, thank you. Okay, so when you want to when it gets to the very important part of creating your brand identity and your brand your brand, creating logos and all, any graphic designer that knows what he's doing or what she's doing will not create a logo for you without asking you what are your core principles, what are your core values, what are your ethics, what are your mission, what is your mission, and what is your vision. Yes, a designer that knows what he's doing is not going to create a logo for you without asking you these things, because these are very important information that we use in creating your identity, your logo. Because it's not just creating your logo. No, it's not. Creating an identity is not just your logo. We create your brand guide, we create your logo, we even anticipate creating watermarks, like putting your this thing in cars, putting them in mock-up stationaries, letterheads, that's like creating your full brand guide. You get? So that's why your core values, you should be able to sit down with your plan, eat it again, and then state out your values, so that when somebody wakes you up and say pitch Viridian food, you can say that one of our core values at Viridian food is that we are educators, and so we love educating people about this, and this. We create, and now at Viridian Foods, one of the things you can do in pushing out your work and pushing out is creating educative content on your social media handles, because one of your core values is education. So you should, or we expect that you should. Now you are talking, I had organic, so I don't know what organic is. And Viridian Food is about creating organic, what is it now? Telling me that I can plant my own food by myself. So creating educational content, like showing me how to plant yam, how easy it is to plant yam, 5 steps on how to plant yam, creating content like that. Do you understand it though? Does this make
Yes.
any sense?
Yes. I'm
All right.
listening.
All right. Okay, so narrowing it down, you get, so if you understand, because see, you need to eat what your brand is about so that you can be able to push it out, understand it, content. Pushing it out will come easy to you when you can be able to say your brand, everything about your brand. When you're able to, pushing it out becomes very, very easy. right? Okay, so
Yes.
yeah, so I think let's go to Citadel Variety Supplies. So Happiness, can you
Thank
unmute
you.
your mic, please? Happiness.
Good
All right.
afternoon, everyone.
Okay, good afternoon, Happiness. Citadel Variety Supplies. So I can even tell from name that is like a supermarket that supplies anything supplyable,
Yes,
right?
but more related to food.
Related to what?
Food.
To food. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So what is Citadel Variety Supplies about?
It's a premium food business that stores, package and distributes indigenous Nigerian foods to
Indigenous.
Nigerians within and outside the country.
Okay.
We focus more on the Nigerians abroad because with time and experience, we discover that many Nigerians that travel out of the country find it difficult to access Nigerian foods. Foods like egusi, ogbono, the crayfish, the different types of fish. What we use to cook our meal every day, we find out is not common over there abroad, and even when they get it at a very high rate. And we
Okay.
decided we could meet this need. Is a need because most times when they get some of these things, they are very, very excited. Despite the prices of shipping it, they are very, very excited. In fact, the need to meet the need came from my sister-in-law, who told me she spent close to 40, 50 pounds to make a pot of soup. So when I found a way to send that fish to the UK, she was excited, and I was like, wow. So this need is high. Why we have it easily here, they lack it over there. So we felt okay, we need to push this towards this direction. Though we sell to Nigerians within the country, but we push more to those that don't easily have access to it, compared to me and you that could stroll to one market and easily buy it, unlike they over there.
All right. Okay, so can you give us like what are your core values? What are the values that guides Citadel Variety
We,
Supplies?
we focus on quality, the quality of
Quality.
what we sell, because since it's an online store, if you buy something that you don't like today, you won't want to come back or refer us. So we focus, we give our attentions a lot to quality, and
Okay.
customer service matters. There's
Okay.
swift delivery too. Swift
Swift
delivery. We
delivery.
try to deliver as fast as possible. When there is delay from the shipping companies, we try to relate and communicate with our customers to give them updates. But our focus is quality customer service and quality customer service, swift delivery, and that quality, because most times people are scared how good is what they are buying. They are not there
Yes.
to testify, to confirm. Like somebody that is buying crayfish will tell you, the last one I bought was Sunday and I couldn't use it, or the palm oil was smelling while I was cooking with it, it messed up my soup, or the fish had maggots in it. So we try to avoid things like that, so that they not only come back to buy, they can also refer us to fellow Africans around them.
Okay. So Happiness, from what I've heard you say, now one of the values that I picked out, that I perceived from now my perception of what Citadel um
Variety supplies.
Variety Supplies is that one of the values can be a sense of home,
Yes,
a sense of family. You
yes,
get indigenous, something that,
yes,
and then one other keyword that I picked was excitement. You said excitement. You know,
yes,
they're excited to get something from from there. It's also affordable, right?
yes. That,
Yes.
sorry to cut you, that excitement is something that I remember sending some Nigerian food to a customer in Italy, and we went as far as sending ogiri. And you know ogiri have a very strong smell. But somehow we found a way around it, and she was so excited. I was like, she was scared that when it gets to the airport in Italy that they were going to throw it out and all that, but it got to her house. So the excitement to eat Nigerian food while abroad is one of the things we want to meet.
Okay, that's nice. That's nice. So you see how your it's the term brand value. You see how it's relatable to your brand. You
Yes.
get the exercise we are doing now is just showing you how relatable that it's not just in the term, it's not just in the conceptual, it's something practical that is very relatable to what you do. You see?
Yes.
All right. Okay, so let's take one more before we move. I saw somebody's I think reuse shoes, right? Reuse shoes. So um Titilayo, can you unmute your mic, please? And let's just do this quickly
Okay,
before we move.
thank you
All right.
very much. Can you hear me?
Okay, so yeah, I was really interested because this is a fashion brand, and I kind of love fashion brands. So
Yeah.
what is reuse shoes? You know what are you about? What are your core values?
Uh, Actually, Real Shoes is an indigenous brand that deals with all kind of shoe. I'm a female shoemaker, so I make shoes for both male and female. Yeah. So in recent time, I noticed that, and one of my core values is actually to change people's perspective on how they see handmade shoes here in Nigeria. So I noticed that people does not believe in shoe that is being made here in Nigeria. So I go the extra mile to source for quality leathers and quality soles. And one thing I do is that whenever it comes to shoe, we have people that complains about backache, leg ache, and all of that. So I came up with this idea of creating my own pattern of insoles after building my own shoes. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, so I try to create my own insole, which I name double padded foam insole. So whenever you put on my shoe, you feel comfortable when wearing my shoe, my product. Can you hear me, ma?
Yes, I can hear
Yeah.
you.
So that is it.
All right. From what you said now, I picked two core values from your brand. One of them is comfort.
Yeah.
And then the other one is hard work.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you see, yeah. Now, these are the things that, you see, the reason why these terms are very important when it comes to brand values, because when you're pitching your brand, you want to apply for a grant, or not just even about pitching now. Let's say you're taking a big step and you're coming out on social media. Now, for somebody like you, Titi, one of the things you can do is now speaking on an idea of creating content is now what you just said now about creating your own show. This is on your own show. Now, this is it's a very um forward game for you in this fashion, in this industry,
Okay.
in this brand. Yeah, it's a very forward game for you. So what now you can use this and relate it, like we said, relating your brand to an emotion. You get comfort is an emotion,
Okay.
hard work is an emotion. You get, so now you can create a content that says you can be hardworking, you can be creative, and you can be comfortable wearing your own shoe.
Okay.
Do you understand?
Okay.
So like
Yes, I do.
relating hard work to your brand, relating comfort to your brand, relating all your core values and everything that stands you out. Now, relating it to what wearing shoes is about. You get, that's one of the things that gives you a very front. You really have a very, wow, you even created your own soul. My God, wow, it's nice. And you even have a good reason for doing that. So you see, coming out
Thank
on
you very
social
much.
media, yeah, it's really nice. Coming out on social media now to put yourself out there, you have a product already. You get? So now
Yeah.
your product is already there. So what gives your product that edge is now your brand, being able to relate your core values to your brand, like citing the emotions, saying that my brand is about providing comfort. My brand is about, hard work. I'm saying that young ladies can can be entrepreneurs. You get? Saying,
Okay.
wow,
Yeah.
you can be in your house, you can make money, just learn a skill. You can even decide to teach an online class. You get?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you see,
Thank you very much. Yeah.
so it's about um your brand values are very, very important. Very, very important. Very, very important. So I'm just using these examples, of practical examples of our own selves here in this class, to show you that you can it's something that is relatable. It's not just that's why I'm citing these examples, so that you can see that it's something you can relate. It's not just knowing it as a term or knowing it as a word. You can relate it. So that's why we are relating it. So you know that these things are the things that guides me. This is what guides my belief. My souls also are durable. You get? So it means that in life you need
Yeah.
to, you get? Yes. So every value that you can pick, every value. So everyone, I think we're going to take a 5 minutes break. Eh? You're going to look at your brand. You're going to take time, look at your brand, then you're going to write out 5 values that you can pick out from your own brand. You know? Yes. So everyone, let's do that for 5 minutes. 5 minutes. 5 values that I can pick from my brand. 5 values I can pick from my brand. Okay, so let's go. Let's go. Can we just do that quickly? 5 values I can pick from my brand. If you're done, you can type in the chat, just so that we will know that we're following the class. 5 values. 5 values. Every brand has more than 5 values, but for the sake of, just pick out 5 values that you can pick from your brand. Okay, so we're in a 5 minutes break, a 5 minutes. We're picking out 5 values. 5 values. What are 5 values that you can pick from your brand? 5 values that you can pick out from your brand, from your business. 5 values.
Hello, please. I've been logged out for some time. I just came back now. So are we to write it in the chat section?
Yes, you can write it in the chat section. You can write it on the chat, but you can also write it down on your notes because it's for you.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Um, 5 values. 5 values from your brand, from your business. What are 5 values? What are your values? Values from your brand. Okay, Halima says, values from my brand: discipline, growth, development, perseverance, and fulfillment. Wow. 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 Please, can someone help Eniola to go back to just summarize what we have been saying about brand values on the chat? Okay, so Remnav Concept Limited says 1, quality, prompt delivery of product, environmental friendly product, consistency. 9, trust, excellent, resourceful. 9. Now, the fact that you can pick, you can be able to write out values from your brand, it means that you understand innovative, empathic, excellent services, relentless, assured success. Wow. Effective, simplicity, innovative, success, evolved, quality, premium, swift delivery. I've not seen affordability. That's one of the values that people look out for. Affordability. Simplicity is also one of them. Accessibility, yes. Thank you. Community growth, accessibility, trust, innovation. Yeah. Just keep dropping them on the chat. Yeah, it's nice. And please record them for your use too. It's going to be very, very good because as you're growing as a brand, you're going to need them. All right, honestly, nice. All right, so I think we can move to the next, which is brand targeting. So brand targeting, can somebody just, what do you think it is? Brand targeting. Anybody? Nice. Let's keep it coming, keep the response coming.
Hello, yes, ma. Can I talk about the brand targeting?
Yes, we can. Yes, you can.
Yeah, what I understand by brand targeting is that is tailoring your services towards a particular audience with the means of adverts, like Indomie advert now on news on TV. They are the ones they target class. There's a particular advert targeted to the lower income class people, like Indomie. Yeah. So that's what I understand by brand targeting. The higher class, cartoon, all of that, and for the children of the put to the lower.
Yes.
That's what I understand by brand targeting. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yes, that's basically it. Brand targeting is just your who your product is for, making decision, just market segment. It's market
Thank you, my
segmentation.
please attend as well.
Brand target is market segmentation. People that you want to reach, identifying the characteristics of your target customers, including age, geographic location, income level, business sector. These brand elements what guides you in marketing when you want to run ads for that convert prospects into clients. So brand target is basically segmentation. We have looked at a brand here now that their target is just mothers. Mothers. They are all out for mothers. There are people they are all out for indigenous brands. So that means everybody can be part of it. Heritage, your hand is up. You want to say something? You have a question?
Actually, I just had a little thing to say about brand targeting.
Okay.
So brand targeting for me, I see it basically as knowing the niche of customers you actually have and making sure everything, the work you put in, the branding work you're doing is focused towards them. For example, as a marketer, as a digital marketer, is not everybody doesn't go to social media. Depending on what particular niche you are, you might not be going to the social media. You might have to go out to the world. You might have to visit companies, for example. Let's say you are an IT provider that does that gives cybersecurity solutions to large companies. You won't be doing a lot of advertising on social media, but rather you walk into offices, you walk into large establishments or companies at the rest with your experts to give them your solutions. So that's what brand targeting basically is for me. So being able to target your niche, know the particular demographics of the people you are talking with, the particular people your goods are meant for, and trying to make sure you align all your work towards that. So that's what it basically is. Thank you very much.
Well said. Thank you so much, Heritage. That's what it's about. No? Adeyemo, your hand is up. You want to say something? Right? Okay. So brand target is just making decisions and determining what segment of market you want to reach, by identifying the characteristics of your target customer, which includes their age, geographic location, income level, business sector. It's this element of branding is what helps you in your marketing when you're going out to market. Now, for example, if you want to run maybe a social media ad or you want to do a promo or something, now there's a section in Facebook ads that says age. You have to select the age, you have to select the location of the people. You even have to select the occupation self. I think the demographics. Now it's about demographics of people. That's what it's about. So understanding your brand very well. Citadel Variety Supplies mainly their target customers are mainly outside of Nigeria, even if they can sell to people inside of Nigeria, but their target audience is mainly outside of Nigeria. Real Shoes is mainly in Nigeria.
Yes.
And yeah, she said the brand is about making people to know that handmade shoes, are actually worth it. You can actually make shoes from, and yeah, I love handmade shoes. In fact, what I'm wearing right now is handmade. I love them. I feel like it's more unique. It's more unique and profound. Now that's for me, because now you see, I can easily patronize happiness because I already love handmade shoes. Yes. All right. So basically, that's what targeting is about. Knowing where to shoot your arrow, knowing where to shoot your shot. Let's use that if you want to use that phrase. All right. So the last element of branding is brand positioning. Brand positioning. Now, this refers to the place where your market stands in the eyes of customers. It includes how your brand is different from your industry competitors. It takes targeting a step further and involves strategizing your marketing efforts to ensure that your tactics are most effective in reaching the target market segment. Brand position also means cultivating a brand voice that will help you stand out busy in the marketplace. So it's like pushing your targeting further. So knowing where, like Heritage said, knowing where that not all business can thrive on social media. You get knowing where your business can thrive. The fact that social media or AI or whatever is in vogue or is very common now does not mean that somebody that is selling ugu can be on the social media, but does not mean that your active audience are there. Do you get? Once in a while, you need to know where your active audience are and position yourself there. Do you understand? Okay, somebody's asking when this class is supposed to end. Okay, I think maybe we would end soon. Would end soon so that let's say 3 p.m. Let's say 3 p.m. We're supposed to end by 2, but since we have overshot our time, can we be here till 3? If you agree. Can we be here till 3, please? No, ma. No, like, okay.
No, please, no.
All right. All right. Okay. All right. So we'll just round up on this and quickly just uh. All right. All right. All right. Okay. So I'll just share the slide and you can go through the slides um on your spare time. Okay. So brand positioning is refers to your where your marketplace stands. Actively positioning yourself where you want to stand out. And then okay, so quickly, can we just take questions and answers? Question rather. I think the rest is self-explanatory. You can read and understand the rest. So I'll share the slides and you can go through them. All right. Are there any questions?
Hello.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Good
Please go
afternoon,
ahead.
Melvin. Thank you very much. That was a very nice presentation, and I really learned a lot actually. So, actually, this is my first question. You've mentioned something about brand targeting and brand positioning. So it's very important for you to know where your brand is in the society, to know the people you're aiming towards, and many things like that. So how do we actually know who we're actually aiming for? How do we go about product research? The research for us to know the demographics of who we're actually reaching out to, and to make sure we are reaching the right demographics. You understand? Because
Yeah, I get.
sometimes, people can do surveys and stuff, but due to some certain reasons, those things might be biased towards certain results, which might not be the best for your brand. So what's actually the best way to go about product research and to be able to position your brand rightly in the society? Thank you very much. Yeah.
The best way to position your brand. Now, first off, if it's more an advantage if it's your personal brand, if it's your business, if you're the idea behind it, because then you would know who your audience is and where your audience is. You get it's first of all, it's one of the questions you have to even answer before before um before going out on the market. Before going out on the market, you're supposed to know who you're going out to meet. You're supposed to go know who you want to meet. You're supposed to know who you want to meet and how you want to meet them. So one of the ways to do that is research. You can go around, ask people questions. No, especially if it's a new product. Now, if it's a fashion, you see, if it's a new, it's quite easy. You just look. One of the ways to do that is look at other people that are doing what you're doing. Look at them. One of the things you learn from them, just look at them. Look at how they do what they do. Look at the people that they reach out to. If it's a fashion brand, is it male, female, children, or just boys or girls? You get they must all or they should have already been is one of the first steps you need to even take before even going out to the market. You should have known who you are going to meet and how you are going to meet them specifically. Okay, so one of the ways you can do that, if you have a new product and you want to see who can test them, you can also research and ask people around. You can meet people that you can see and relate with, your friends, your family. You can ask them, how far, what do you think about this? What do you think about this? How do you see this? You can give them the product to test it and try it. And then they will even have ideas on, oh, I know who can be, I know who will be in need of this. I know who will have this. I know who will have this. You get. So I don't know if that has answered your question.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. So there's a question that says, so I'm not a social media person, and with the current trend, it's not helping me. How do I rebrand, launch out again with the best way? Okay, Omoye Rose, can you unmute your mic, please? First off, we need to know, what do you do? Rose, if you're here, please, can you unmute your mic so I can attend to your question? Oh, okay. Can you type, what do you do? Urban fashion. Okay. Wow. You're into fashion, whether it's urban or anything. It means that you have to be on social media. You have to be on social media, you know. Admin, please. I've been seeing attendance list on the chat. Please, can you, I don't know how you do that, but can you maybe send that across if you're here? All right, so fashion. Now, fashion is not something, fashion is not something that you have to be on. See, I'm not a social media person, it's not an excuse. I have to be me. I'm not a social media person. I've not, but I have to force myself because from what I'm doing, it entails me to be on social media. So I have to. So your question is, how do I rebrand and, you know, how do I rebrand and launch out again? First off, you need to um, okay, I'm going to share the slides with the admin so she would know how to get it across to you. She would know how to get it across to you. So, first off, you need to know how to, um, you need to, again, we have talked about elements of branding. We talked about branding. First off, how do you rebrand? You go back to the first steps. You conceptualize what is your idea, what are you giving out, who is your target audience. Look at these 6 elements of brand that we have just looked at. Look at it again. What are your core values? Write it out so that when you come out, you now start creating contents and putting out your work out there. You know, you just have to come out. You just have to come out. You know, there are no logistics about it. Just come out. Start posting from your WhatsApp status. You can start from your WhatsApp status. As small as a WhatsApp status. You do a job, you snap, you post it. You write, okay, this is what we just did for a client, something else. You can have ideas, create your own style. You do launching, you can come out again with maybe a unique style that you create for your brand and say and do a promo and maybe say first 5 persons to get it to order this um get an extra something from me or something, you can just have to just come out. I don't know how to say that. Just look at the trend that is around you and then look at everything that we have talked about on elements of branding, then look at your target audience, look at your brand story, look at everything, and then or you don't even need a social media manager yet. Not yet. You don't need a social media. You can be your own social media manager. You can be your own. It's not a big deal. You can go on. Yeah, you can go to other fashion brands and look at what they do. Look at individual people. Just something. There must be something unique that has made you out. Urban fashion designer. Your name even makes you stand out. Get right. So I believe that we have overshot our time, and I'll be sharing the slides with the admin. I just hope that we we did a little bit of justice to the concept of branding. Can you mute your mic, please? Is there any other question? One last question before we go. Okay, in absence of that, thank you so much for having me. I hope that I was able to meet some of your expectations. And I believe that when I share the slides, you get, oh, my handles. Okay. On Instagram, I am. Okay, let me just type on the chat. I am iTgraphy on Instagram. On Instagram, then on Facebook, I am Tega Kes Stanley. On Facebook, on Instagram, I am iTgraphy. Then on Facebook, I am Tega Kes Stanley. All right. Okay, so I hope I was able to do justice to a level of justice to what branding is about. And I believe that from what we have heard, we can be able to, start up the process of branding our individual businesses and, make the more use of our ideas and our heads. So there are other things. Maybe I'm going to add other things to the slide before I share them, or I just share them like that. But anyway, thank you for having me. This was a very interactive session, and I enjoyed myself. Thank you so much. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you so much, Ma.
Thank you so much. I'm glad to be here. Thank you, Ned's Factory, and for having me. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Actually, very great presentation, and have a nice week ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, bye, everyone. I think it's in church.
On an official assignment.
Can everyone hear me?
Yeah, we
Yes,
can
now
see
I
you.
can hear you.
Okay, people are
Yeah,
asking for
yeah, yeah.
attendance. Clearly, I've pasted this attendance like 10 times and I'm still putting it back there.
Okay,
It's
please
on the
put it
chat
back.
box. It's there.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, so I'm guessing a lot of people joined this class today, right?